Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Introducing the Initiative for a Responsible Mining Assurance. My name is Jennifer Octivana, and I will be your host for today. Allow me to extend our warmest greeting to our speaker and guests. First of all, Mr. Septian Haryoseto, the Deputy for Coordination of Investment and Mining for Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs. Second, I would like to welcome Professor Irwandi Arif, Special Staff to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. Bapak Bruno Far, CEO of PT Eramet Indonesia Mining. Christy Disney Bruckner, for Irma Security Policy Advisor. Dr. Ambar Dwi Cahyani from AT Indonesia Secretariat. Bapak Tubagus Nurgaha from Assistant Deputy of Mining from Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs. Distinguished CEO, Director, and all of the guests. Today we gather here to together support Indonesia SEG, or Environment, Social, and Governance commitment to execute standardized good mining practices in mining industry in Indonesia. This commitment is one of the initiative and focus for Indonesia as the host of G20 Summit for 2022. This event is also supported by Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of SOEs, Ministry of Investment, and also Ministry of Environmental and Forestry, U.S. Embassy, Eramet, AT, and Irma. However, before we start the event, I would like to invite everyone and all the distinguished guests to please stand up and take the position to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may all be seated. As an opening, I would like to welcome to the stage the CEO of Eramet Indonesia Mining, Mr. Bruno Fauer, to give his opening speech.
Selamat pagi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I will introduce myself. I'm Bruno Fauer, so I'm Director of PT Wedabe Nickel, and I am the CEO of Eramet Indonesia Mining. And it is in the name of Eramet that I will speak to you today. I'm very pleased and honored to be here with so many people for this forum on introducing Irma standards for mining operation. First of all, I would like to thank very much distinguished deputy of coordination of investment and mining, coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Papa Septian Hayoseto, distinguished Professor Irwandi Arif, special staff to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources for Mineral and Coal Governance Acceleration, and Ibu Christie Disney Bruckner, Senior Policy Advisor of Irma, to have initiated and organized with us this forum. In this room, we have representatives of private sector, industry, oil and mining companies, people representative of the government, think tanks, associations. And this is a clear sign that it is the global Indonesian society and not only the business companies. It's the global Indonesian society which is looking forward for more sustainable Indonesian mining industry development. Welcome to this forum. And I'm very glad you come so many to discuss and seek insights on how together we can push towards, thank you, we can push towards to further improve ESG implementation in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, a word about Eramet. Eramet is a French, partially state-owned mining and metallurgical company. The group has developed a portfolio of high quality and highly competitive assets in operation or under development in several metals all around the world. And the objective of this is to support the sustainable growth of the economy and produce the metals necessary for energy transition. Eramet has started to invest in nickel exploration in Indonesia in 2006. And this led to the development of the Wedabe nickel mine. This mine is a fast-growing mine that we have developed and that we are operating along with our partners, Tsingshan and Antam. We started in 2017. We have produced roughly 9 million tons in 2021, and the target will be to reach 17 million tons of ore this year. Soon, we are aiming to extend our investment in Indonesia through the development of a national plant with the partnership or through the partnership with BASF, the very well-known German chemical company. The so-called Sonic Bay project will produce from 2025 some MHP with a global capacity of 70 kilotons of nickel and more than 7 kilotons of cobalt to supply the EV battery value chain, the EV battery industry. This is in line with President Jokowi's agenda to produce value-added mining products in Indonesia and to develop this EV battery industry. At the same time, we are also seeking for other opportunities of development in Indonesia, and we are looking very closely to several exploration potential projects. This ambition to develop our nickel activities in Indonesia is very much in line with the objective of making Eramet a leading mining and metallurgical company and a world-class producer of metals for energy transition. Economic development and energy transition is a great opportunity for us and for a lot of us here, because it will result of a very important increase of metal requirements. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that the progressive change of population's mentality regarding the protection of the planet will also increase the demand in terms of sustainable way to produce these metals. That's why for Eramet today, sustainable mining is not considered as an added cost. It's even not considered as a nice to have. It's really considered as an essential part of our performance. We need to be at a very high level regarding ESG implementation if we want to get long-term access to developing markets such as EV battery. We need to be at a very high level of ESG implementation if we want to get access to international financing. And I will also add, it's not the less important. I think it is more and more important to develop high value regarding ESG if we want to be able to attract the best talents for people to be proud to work in a very sustainable company. This is why Eramet is committed to incorporate in the coming months and years in each of its activity and project, the Irma standards. And of course, it will be the case for Weda Bay and for Sonic Bay. One of my colleagues, Delphine, will present to you what is our program to work on it. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is and will continue to be a significant, not to say a key player in the global industry, mining industry. It is without a doubt one of the worst, most attractive mining investment destinations. In Indonesia, it creates and it will create furthermore great job opportunities and economic growth, including in a remote area. However, the mining industry is too often associated with negative environmental and social implications. In various events, and I'm sure it will be the case in the next G20 that will be organized here, the government of Indonesia has shown its focus and commitment to be a leader in sustainability and environmental leadership. And the mining industry, obviously, will have a very important role to play in that regard. Irma standard that we will discuss today could support the government of Indonesia's agenda. And it's one of great opportunity for Indonesia to become known as a world leader in sustainable mining. Eramet is committed to supporting the Indonesian government in achieving this goal. And we are very happy to welcome his initiative and to contribute to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that this forum will be able to foster the changes necessary for the implementation of a more responsible mining practice in Indonesia. I very much look forward to hearing your views and having productive discussion in the next hours, and I hope you find this session of benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno Favor. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we will listen to the opening speech from Irma Senior Policy Advisor, Ms. Christy Bruckner.
Good morning, everyone. And I'll ask if you can bring the PowerPoint clicker for my slides for this presentation. It's such an honor to join you today and to be part of this event hosted by the Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. We are so grateful to have a discussion with you today and hope that everyone will find an opportunity today to join in the conversation, to ask a question, to make a comment. If you're curious about something or want us to repeat something we've shared, please interject, because we really want to hear from you and the expertise that you bring to the discussion today. I'll share a little bit about Irma in these first opening remarks and talk in more detail about how our standard and system work throughout the day. So this first part of my presentation will be a very basic introduction, covering our mission and vision, our value proposition, and the overview of the Irma system. Irma was developed through over 10 years of dialogue with mining companies, purchasing companies, NGOs, affected community members, and also with organized labor unions, and in meetings just like this, talking about what are the main issues you experience in the mining sector, what are best practices, and how could we define what best practice is, what responsible mining is. And because we were very patient in having these discussions and really defining responsible mining, we have come up through this multi-stakeholder process with a very strong, robust, and detailed standard for what it means to be a responsible mine. And we envision a world where the mining industry respects human rights and aspirations of affected communities, provides safe, healthy, and supportive workplaces, and minimizes harm to the environment and leaves positive legacies. Our mission is to protect people and the environment directly affected by mining, and to do this by creating financial value for mines that are independently verified to achieve best practices reflected in the Irma standard for responsible mining, and share this value with businesses that purchase materials from these mines. Our certification system pertains to industrial scale mines and operates through the Irma standard for responsible mining. The Irma standard is comprised of 26 topics and over 400 requirements for the mining sector, spanning a wide range of issues. We really believe in looking at the mining sector with a holistic lens, not picking one issue or another, but really recognizing that a wide set of topics need to be addressed together in a holistic way. For example, we have one chapter on greenhouse gas emissions. We have a chapter on community engagement, and that's an important thread throughout the Irma standard for responsible mining. But we see, even looking at those two chapters, how they work together, that we must engage and protect communities, give them an active role throughout the life of a mine, and also need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protect water resources, and all of the other topics addressed in the Irma standard. And very important to communities, to investors in the financial sector and other sectors engaged in Irma, is that we operate through an independent third-party assurance process at the mine site level. We understand that the experience of stakeholders can vary widely from a company's mine site in one part of the world versus another part of the world, and even within one country. So we're looking at individual mine sites and audits of those sites And I'll talk today about the process of validation and assurance at the mine site level and how we engage with local workers and communities in that process, and produce public audit reports with a high level of detail that's important for financial and investor sectors, for communities wanting to understand impacts, and for others engaged in the mining sector. This slide shows a few of the many issues that are covered in the Irma standard for responsible mining. You can access all of these materials on our website, and we will share these slides with you. But the four major sections of the Irma standard are business integrity, social responsibility, environmental responsibility, and planning for positive legacies. We know, especially as we've gone through the COVID pandemic, that changes in mining can happen for many reasons, some expected, some unexpected, but we want to be prepared to address the environmental and social and economic impacts of temporary and permanent mine closures at any time and leave positive legacies. That's important to sustainable development, is we're looking at the decisions we make today and how those impact future generations. Our standard incorporates best practice norms. Looking at international frameworks, there are some examples provided here on the slide. It includes the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative that's active and underway here in Indonesia. We don't want to duplicate efforts of these frameworks, but incorporate them into the standard for responsible mining. And based on practical experience at mine sites around the world, the feedback we get from all of you, from mining companies, from civil society, from workers at mine sites, learning about what best practices are at the mine site level, and what we're seeing as the best practice reflected in international frameworks. Another unique part of the Irma standard for responsible mining is multi-stakeholder governance. And I really encourage you, as you're looking at the range of standards for the mining sector, and there are many of them, that a unique part of the Irma standard is that we're governed by the 6 sectors you see reflected in this slide: mining companies, purchasing companies, NGOs, organized labor, directly affected communities, and the investor and finance sector. And each of those sectors have equal voting power. This is unprecedented in standards, and it's incredibly important to the integrity of the Irma standard and why it's trusted across sectors. And it does take more time often for us to make decisions, but we're willing to have difficult conversations and work out what is the best practice that can have winning outcomes across these sectors. There is increasing engagement in the Irma standard for responsible mining. And more than 60 mining companies now engaged in the Irma system. Many of these are using the self-assessment tool, which is the first step in the Irma audit process. So Mine Measure is a self-assessment tool that is free for mining companies to use for their first assessment of a mine site. And I encourage you, if you're with a mining company, if you do nothing else based on this conversation today, to check out Mine Measure and start to use it to do a self-assessment for free of your mining company and how it compares to the Irma standard for responsible mining. We have 74 mine sites around the world that are registered with the Irma system, and that's increasing almost every day. Our goal is to have mine sites go beyond self-assessment into independent third-party audits so that we can produce reports available to all of you for free on our website, and to allow the mine site to make claims related to the Irma assessment process. But you can see countries around the world and their use of Irma. We do have companies using self-assessments that are based in Indonesia, and we cover a very wide range of materials. Irma is applicable across all types of industrial scale mines, with the exception of not being used for thermal coal. We are used for metallurgical coal mines, as well as mines that have a mix of metallurgical and thermal coal, and we're not used for uranium, nor are we used for deep seabed mining. Those are decisions of our board, and I'm open to talking more about that today. But we've been used in a very wide range of types of mining, from lithium to platinum. Here are some examples of engagement in the Irma system. Engagement in Irma, you can see in orange are board members. Early in Irma's development, the jewelry sector was a big focus of the international community. Tiffany and Company was a leader, partnering with an NGO called Earthworks to respond to the question, what is responsible mining? If Tiffany's was going to respond to the requests of NGOs to responsibly source, they needed a shared definition of what that means. And that was the early stages of Irma. We're now seeing a lot of interest from the EV sector. So you'll see on this slide examples of purchasing companies in the EV sector, now including BMW, Ford, GM, Mercedes-Benz, and Tesla and Volkswagen. And we have Ørsted as well, who will join us this afternoon to share experience. And they're an energy company with a focus on wind energy. So many examples of the types of engagement in Irma. So I'll pause there, and later today we'll start to get more into the fundamentals of the Irma system. But I am so proud that Indonesia has an interest and commitment to bringing together multi-stakeholder forums and dialogues like this, where we can get to know each other today and beyond, and really talk about what does responsibility in the mining sector look like. I want to hear from you today. In my spare time, I'm a professor, so I might be calling on you. So please be ready to ask questions, but also respond and share your valuable experience. But we're so grateful on behalf of the Irma Secretariat to join you today in Jakarta. I will be available all week, and the follow-up materials for this forum will provide my contact information, and look forward to this being the start of a long dialogue with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irma, Ms. Christy Bruckner from Irma. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will listen to another opening remarks from Special Staff to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Professor Irwandi Arif.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, bonjour. Ya. Yang saya hormati Pak Septian Haryoseto, ya, Deputy for Coordination of Investment Kemenko Marves, ya. Ibu Kristi Disney Bruckner, Senior Policy Advisor of Irma, Pak Bruno, CEO of Eramet Mining, all workshop participants, their distinguished guests. Indonesia is an archipelago country with abundant natural resources. Currently, there are about 4,000 IUP, 8 IUPK, 31 contract of work, and 60 PKP2P for the coal, with the absorption about 33,000 of people, and the country revenue in the mining sector on September 2022 about 130 trillion rupiah. Yeah. Management of natural resources can be implemented optimally to improve the level of the economy without compromising the social and cultural aspect of society and the environment. Therefore, natural resources must be maintained and utilized as efficient and optimally as possible for the survival of human life today without compromising the need of our future generation. Their distinguished guests. In carrying out mining activity, every company must be able to practice good mining practice, and good mining practice is a standard rule of all mining activity with the aim that the entire mining process can be carried out properly and follow the applicable standard, norm, and regulation. In an effort to implement good mining practice, the government has issued the law number 3, 2020, concerning amendment to the law number 4 in 2009, concerning mineral and coal mining, which mandate 5 basic principles of the management area for the national mineral and coal mining subsector, namely economic growth, energy resilience, prevention of resources scarcity, prevention of environmental degradation, and sustainable development. These principles are our effort to mitigate the national and the global challenge that are being and will be faced by the national mining industry. One of them is decreasing of the good quality of mineral and coal commodity deposit and will be located deeper below of the surface. This will require increase the complexity of the mining operation as well as increase in safety risk. From an economic perspective, mining operation costs tend to increase as well as pressure from instability and the fluctuation in commodity price, which require the mining industry to continuously improve its efficiency and productivity. This has also led to increased challenge in operation complexity and safety risk, as well as management of environment, social, and governance risk. In addition, a shift in the development pattern toward carbon neutral through the use of new renewable energy and economic acceleration based on digital technology will be an important change in the nation economy. With this clean energy paradigm, many manufacturing companies implement quality assurance, where one of the requirements is that source of the raw material must have low carbon and the company has implement ESG. This is our discussion today. Dear distinguished guests, the theme of ESG has been an important factor for investor to evaluate company business behavior financial, and their future performance. Companies that implement ESG in their business processes mean that they are paying attention to the environmental, social, and good governance factors. In other words, investors will be more interested in investing in a company if the company has implemented environmental, social, and governance principles in its business practice. To encourage the company to consistently implement the good mining practice, the government has made several efforts. The Minister of Environment and Forestry provides the company performance rating program in environmental management, PROPER. PROPER is a form of government policy to improve the company environmental management performance in accordance with the law and the regulation. The application of this instrument is an effort by the Minister of Environment to implement some of the principles of the good governance: transparency, fairness, accountability, and community involvement in the environmental management. On the commemoration of mining anniversary of 28 September 2021, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources awarded the Achievement Award for the implementation of good mineral and coal mining engineering rules in 2021. These awards are given to the mining business entity that have implemented good mining engineering principle and use as a motivator to be able to achieve the highest achievement in the mining technical management, mining safety management, mining environmental management, mineral and coal conservation management, as well as standardization management and mineral and on-coal mining service business. Initiative for responsible mining assurance, Irma, is one of the answer to the global demand for more socially, environmentally, and governance mining. Irma is an independent third party that provides verification and certification, which is a comprehensive standard for all mine materials and is one-stop coverage of various issues related to the industrial scale mining impact. Nowadays, companies that have joined the Irma included BMW Group, Corning Incorporated, Firepond, Ford Motor Company, General Motor Company, Mercedes-Benz Group, Microsoft Corporation, Orsted, Tesla Incorporation, Tiffany & Co., Volkswagen, Sinsvite, and many more. From the company perspective, as a form of company commitment to continue to apply good mining principle and being socially, environmentally, and governance responsible, the company applied a standard such as SNE, ISO, etc. Therefore, today we are going to listen and socialization of Irma standard that mining company can use as standard option. If you will have the good experience in this event, and hopefully, I wish you will have a good experience in this event, and hopefully we can take benefit from this workshop. And lastly, there is a best regard from the Director General of Mineral and Coal from Bangka Belitung. Terima kasih. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Arif. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we will listen from a keynote speech from the Deputy for Coordination of Investment and Mining from Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Bapak Septian Haryoseto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, distinguished speaker, Miss Christy, special staff of Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Prof. Irwandi Arif, Pak Bruno, the CEO of WDB Nickel and Eramet Indonesia, and all the participants of the workshop. So I guess we already hear a lot of explanation and emphasize, from Prof. Irwandi, from Ms. Christie, from Irma about how important for us to have this standard. So I just want to give some emphasis why we see this self-regulation standard, I would say, is important for our industry. So the Irma name came up to us when we have a visit from Tesla and Ford, several months ago to Indonesia. So part of the discussion is they are asking as a part of discussion about the mining ESG regulation in Indonesia and whether the government or the industry is willing to take a look, some of the self-regulation standard that is made by industry. So Irma is a self-regulation standard, which means this is not set by the government, this is set by the industry. So as you've seen in the Ms. Christie presentation, this standard is endorsed by several automotive, technology company, mining company, as a way to regulate their industry to make sure that we have a common standard for sustainable and environmental management in the mining industry. I guess this is very important. In the future, and I would say in the near future, we are going to have a push from the industry towards us as a miner to have this sustainable and environmental mining, good mining practices. This is something that we cannot avoid. When we have a discussion with Tesla, with Ford, they always say, how big is your carbon emission per ton of nickel that you produce? How is your community engagement? How is your environmental management? How you deal with this tailing from the HPAL process? How you deal with the emission in the nickel processing facility? So a lot of these questions is related. So there will be a strong push from the industry toward us to implement these practices, to implement sustainable and good environmental practices in the mining industry. This is something that, in our view, unavoidable. The risk, if we don't have this practice in place, then I think our mining product will be alienated or will be priced out of the market. What do you mean it price out of the market? Is there will be a discount toward our mining product, or I think one of the worst thing is we are going to have a very limited market to sell our product, because many buyers, this the EV automaker will do a due diligence to ensure that their supply chain have the standard in place. So when Tesla and Ford mentioned about Irma to us, then I asked my assistant deputy to check about the standard to see what the government can do actually to increase the quality and the standard of mining practice in Indonesia with a benchmark to this several self-regulation. So Irma is just one of these self-regulation. We have another standard endorsed by the IFC, and there are several other standards in the IT industry, such as endorsed by Microsoft, Dell Corporation. So we have these several standards, but one thing that why we choose Irma at the first place is because the diverse variety of the buyer that is actually endorsed this Irma standard. You have Volkswagen, you have Tesla, Ford, and Microsoft, So these are all the big names that actually consume a lot of our mineral mining product. So this is very important. So we engage with Irma, and then we have this workshop to introduce Irma to you. But the government, what we are doing right now is we are doing a gap analysis to see what is the Irma standard and what is currently our regulation about this Irma standard, about this mining practice that we see what is the gap between the Irma standard and our mining regulation. It doesn't mean, and it doesn't necessarily that we have to follow 100% of the Irma standard, because we have to be realistic as well. What we can achieve in the short term, medium term, and the long term, whether this is something that is achievable or not. So we have to be realistic as well. But I guess the spirit and the idea is how we can push, our mining practices in Indonesia, the standard of mining practice in Indonesia, toward an acceptable level for the buyer, to buy our product. So this emission calculation is very important. Community engagement is very important. Environmental management is very important as well. In the near future, European Union will do an assessment, what we call it the life cycle assessment, which means that for example, I give you an example, for every electric vehicle, they will assess the emission that is produced by the EV is not only coming when the EV is used in the road compared to the ICE, but they will assess the emission also based on sources of energy that you use to produce the steel, sources of energy that you use to produce the nickel battery. So they will calculate everything and then make an assessment whether the emission from this EV is it actually lower than the ICE combustion or even higher. So this LCA assessment is coming, and then I think many automakers, EV automaker will follow through as well about this life cycle assessment. So that's why I think this is also more important for us as the biggest nickel reserve in the world, to follow actually the standard that is set by the industry. So the LCA is coming. We are going to have another workshop within the next 2 weeks about how actually this LCA is made, so we can make a preparation for all of our miners, processor and the smelting and refining industry for us to prepare. Otherwise, we are going to have a very limited market, and that will impact the price and the profitability of the mining and the processing industry in Indonesia. So I hope you will engage actively in the discussion, for you to know what is the IRMA, and then how can we work together, especially to implement a standard that can increase the quality of the good mining practices and good processing practices in Indonesia as well. So I think that's all from me. I hope you enjoy the discussion today. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Satyan Haryo Seto, for a very informative and motivating speech. Up next, let me introduce our first presenter of the day, who is a professor of law and teach global climate change, law and policy and sustainable development and international trade, Ms. Christy Disney-Bruckner.
Well, this is the part of our day where I really invite you to start to share your experience, to ask questions. And Mr. Tubagus will be helping to facilitate a discussion with you. I have a presentation to share in more detail how the IRMA standard works, but invite you to raise your hand even if you have a question now, but at any point in the hour ahead of us, where we'll have a discussion about Irma. So are there any questions or comments so far based on what I've shared already today? And I know you won't be shy all day. So let's see what questions might come up as we proceed. And I will use some slides, but as they're bringing them up, we've talked some already about community engagement, and I'm so enthusiastic that there's a gap analysis underway to look at how does Indonesia's existing framework now compare to the good practices in the Irma standard for responsible mining. This is an incredible opportunity to use the Irma standard as a tool to assess the legal framework here. Any sector can undertake an assessment like that. Irma is a free resource on our website, and make recommendations about how your legal framework could be improved. My background coming into Irma is working for a couple of decades on mining law and policy with governments around the world. So I've looked at over 70 frameworks for the mining sector. I know how challenging it can be to incorporate a wide range of best practices into your mining framework, but it is an opportunity to engage across sectors to better understand how does the existing framework impact communities? What has been the experience of mining companies with the existing framework? What are investors asking for? What do NGOs see as good practices that should be priorities if the government isn't incorporating every best practice in the Irma standard? What are the priority areas? So it's a wonderful opportunity to use Irma as a tool for a really robust discussion of Indonesia's legal framework. It doesn't look like I'm able to use my slides. Unless my colleagues can help pull slides up, I'll just continue without them. But here we go. We left off with Irma fundamentals, and just as a brief recap, some of the aspects of the Irma system that make us unique include that we are one standard for many types of mining materials. So we're not focused on one geographic location, one type of mined material, but we're applicable broadly, which can be very useful for a company like Aramet that is producing multiple types of material in different geographic jurisdictions, and to help to develop one set of good practice expectations wherever a company operates in the world. Our assessments are at the mine site level, again, looking at what is happening on the ground. What's the impact for communities? How are benefits being shared with communities? What's the impact on biodiversity, on water resources, on social aspects of the mine? We look at human rights. There's a very robust set of requirements around human rights impact assessments, around environmental and social impact assessment and management, preparing from the very beginning for mine closure, and looking at what are local level grievance mechanisms that are used by a mine site to address community complaints. There may be a separate mechanism, often there is, for addressing workers' complaints, and certification is at the best practice level. So we're meeting each mine site where it's at in the process of adopting best practices and working with mines to continuously improve based on where they're at this moment. And that's important because we're in a relationship with a mine working to improve and to communicate the level of performance in a way that is very transparent and available to the public through Irma audit reports. Our assurance process is in 2 phases. So there's phase 1 and phase 2. And that incorporates phase 1 being primarily a desk-based review, companies undertaking their self-assessments. And the mine measure tool that we use gives companies an opportunity for all of the departments available in a company to work together to bring in documentation and evidence of performance, to score themselves initially to see where they're at, to work together to really cover this wide set of requirements in the Irma standard. That process alone has extraordinary value to a mine site and is available to you for free through Mine Measure for companies to do that first self-assessment. So I'll keep reminding you of this really important takeaway from today to, if nothing else, start to use Mine Measure to see where your mine site is at in comparison to the Irma standard for responsible mining, and really inform across the sectors of your company how Irma works and what best practice looks like. The second stage of our audits is at the mine site level. We have certification bodies. Irma itself, our secretariat, does not do audits. We have approved certification bodies that are even external to Irma, so truly independent in every way to undertake the audit at a mine site level. And that requires announcing that an audit is coming so that we're getting many stakeholders involved at the mine site level, and then actually engaging with workers, with community members, with NGOs and other interested parties, stakeholders, rights holders at the mine site level, talking with company management, with workers at the mine, with men and women, with individuals of all ages and capacities. There's a lot of detail, over 150 requirements just on community engagement alone. But that's an important aspect of the Irma system and a really incredible opportunity for mining companies to learn from an independent audit. What are the perspectives of our community, our neighbors, our workers at this mine site in a unique way that may not be possible through self-assessment alone. Mines are provided an opportunity to review and comment on a draft audit report before it's published to address any factual errors. We want to be very precise in our scoring and review of the facts and documentation. And a very detailed summary of the audit is made available to the public. So we have over 100 pages in our audit reports, a very high level of detail that includes the scoring, the rationale for that scoring in each audit report. And that is also really unique in the Irma system. It's more than just a very short summary, but you're getting a lot of information. And all stakeholders have access to a complaints mechanism that's operated by the independent auditors. We also have a complaints process at the Irma Secretariat level. So any issues that arise, we can address them. There are 4 achievement levels in the Irma system. So you'll see self-assessment is set off in a separate category. Mines that self-assess are not able to make any public claims around Irma achievements, but once a mine site starts to use the Irma independence audit process and completes that process, these are the 4 achievement levels, starting from Irma transparency to Irma 50, so meeting 50% of the critical requirements, Irma 75, which so far is the highest achievement of a mine site, and Irma 100. So we hope we'll see an Irma 100 first be in Indonesia. So I'm bringing this challenge to you, miners, to try to get to the Irma 100 achievement level. So Irma 100 achievement level is the level at which a company can say their Irma is certified. But these are the 4 types of achievement that can be communicated. We believe in setting a high bar because it adds value for a mine site, for investors, for purchasing companies. There's a lot of concern with NGOs and others around using certifications as a type of greenwashing. So we really want our certification and achievement to be the most meaningful, the most impactful in the world, to really see impact at the mine site level and improvement over time. So it's not easy, but it is very effective, and we maintain the trust of all these sectors engaged in Irma through having this high bar. Our independent third-party process has several phases. So again, starting at self-assessment, moving into the third-party assessment process, having a certification or verification decision that's made by the certification body. And we're just now undertaking our first 2 surveillance audits. So after a mine site undergoes an Irma independent third-party audit, about 1.5 years later, there is a surveillance audit. And every 3 years, there's a recertification audit. So we're offering opportunities to regularly see how the mine site's improving on issues where they may have scored low on the initial audit, giving a chance to show and demonstrate improvements. And it's important, particularly for local level stakeholders, to see that there's continuous improvement and understand progress at a regular interval and a timely interval. This is an example of the type of scoring that you'll see, the level of detail in an Irma audit report. And in this one, the focus is on human rights due diligence. And you can see how scores are developed on different requirements in this chapter. And our standards are evolving to address the full supply chain. So what I'm focusing on today is the Irma standard for responsible mining, but we also have Irma Ready, a draft standard that applies to the exploration and development phase of mining. And this is really important in this era of a lot of pressure to permit new mines, a lot of opportunity to permit responsible new mines for the green energy transition, and wanting to make sure that even at this very early stage, that a mine site is setting itself up in a way that would optimize success for the development phase of a mine. That means engaging early with communities. That means assessing environmental and social risks that may occur even in exploration. We also have a mineral processing standard, and that mineral processing is already audited, where a processing facility is part of a mine site in an Irma audit, but some mineral processing facilities are standalone sites. So we've developed a standard that can apply for mine sites that, for processing sites that are standalone facilities. And finally, we're developing a chain of custody standard that helps to track from the mine site through mineral processing, which is a really extraordinary challenge in some cases, through the end user and purchaser, following Irma material through the supply chain. And one area that we're working on in the chain of custody standard that's also a focus in the mineral processing standard is thinking about how do we incorporate concepts of a circular economy, bringing in scrap material, recycled material that is produced in a responsible way, thinking about how we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the processing phase, thinking about how we can create more durable materials, improve mine plans to think about procurement for our mine sites and how that can integrate more concepts of a circular economy. And all of these new standards draw from the standard for responsible mining is really the backbone of everything that we do. So any questions or thoughts so far with that additional detail? None yet.
Is there any questions from the panel or from the online chat rooms? Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay. Maybe first, please introduce yourself and from what institutions, and then you can follow up with your question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning. Myself, Joy. I come from the mining industry. We're a consultant, actually. So my concern is that when you assess this emissions, how far down the line, down the supply chain you go? I mean, do you go up to scope 3 or do you stop at scope 1? That's the question. Thanks.
Excellent question. So right now we are requiring scope 1 and 2 and encouraging scope 3. I have been part of a survey of companies in Irma's network, and we undertook this survey together with Responsible Steel and the Mining Association of Canada's Toward Sustainable Mining, and mining companies and their networks as well, to ask mining companies, what data are you collecting now, and what are reporting requirements that you're undertaking because of standards like Irma, but also because of the government standards that may require you to collect data and report. And what we saw from that study is an incredible amount of willingness to collect data and report on scope 3. And we're taking that very seriously. I think many companies need some guidance about how do you go about collecting data and reporting on scope 3, but it is becoming a more common expectation. So we're considering that information as we undertake a review of the Irma standard for responsible mining. Every 3 to 5 years, we deep dive into reviewing our standards and making sure they still incorporate best practice. And this is one area that we're looking at. Should we have more requirements and guidance around scope 3 emissions? And thank you for being brave and asking a first question. Any others right now? Yes.
Can you please help with the mic for the man on the left? Thank you. And Sarah, maybe you can please introduce yourself, your institution, and follow up with your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ian Wolf, independent retired geologist, actually. My question is, you mentioned that you have these independent parties come in and interview the communities and the workers, etc. Clearly, they will need to learn, they will need to be working in Bahasa Indonesia. Do these independent parties that you engage, do they have an IUJP, that is a permit to registered with the Indonesian Mining Department?
We have not undertaken any independent third-party audits in Indonesia yet. That may be a step that's necessary for Irma certification bodies to conduct an audit here. But at the moment, I'm not aware that they do, but I also haven't researched that. So it's a good question and good guidance for us as well as we prepare to undertake audits here. We do a lot of training with certification bodies because they have to be prepared to undertake not only the environmental aspects of an Irma audit, but also the social impacts and thinking about good practice and even how to arrive at a mine site, how to engage with men and women, which may be differently, and making sure to incorporate engagements with all sectors of a community, different formats that are used in engagement, which may be from one-on-one conversations to a more open forum like this. But we have a high level of confidence in the competence of the Irma's independent certification bodies because of that work and the rigor and expertise their teams bring to an Irma audit. Any other questions or comments? I see a couple in the back.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for allowing me to have comment on this discussion. My name is Dani Adi Brijani. I'm a
Sebentar, saya matiin dulu nih. Saya lagi ikut Zoom.
I'm a practical person for approaching method to have solution for control the environment issue. So I've been working for 17 years to have a method to have solution for control. What I say is fugitive material from mining sector, especially. My competence mostly in conveyor system. So according to the standard, you mentioned that Irma probably will provide a new standard to approach solution or anything solution for you. In my understanding that the standard is already had, even in Indonesia, such like if you want to have a standard for dust environment or the fugitive material drop to the ground, so it's already have, I think. So probably by combining the existing standard that already used in Indonesia, it's a good approach. So then it will not confusing to the mining. And it's also can socialize what government already developed so far. And that's the point. And then the second is to have the solution probably is not only concerned on waste approach. So probably by focus on the processing will make benefit to the company. My opinion is when mining concern on the waste, so which means they concern about loss that already happened. But when the mining concern on processing, so it will reduce the cost, raise the benefit to the mining itself, and also will reduce the safety issue and so on. Because as you mentioned before, the environment is not only such like gimmick, what I said, is good for government or good to community. It's not like that. When mining can develop their own environment control, it will raise losses. It will have a good record on the safety and so on. There is a lot of benefit by controlling the environment. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that experience. In the Irma standard for responsible mining, you'll see that chapter 1 is to implement the domestic legal framework. And that may seem so obvious that we don't even need a chapter on that. But it's important to us that mining companies are at the minimum implementing the rule of law where they operate. But Irma gives an opportunity to go above and beyond domestic legal frameworks to a higher standard. So if there is a conflict between the domestic legal framework and what the Irma standard for responsible mining requires, then a mining company would do their best to follow the intention of the domestic legal framework, but not to violate domestic legal frameworks. I'm an attorney, so I would never promote violating the domestic legal framework, but what we are promoting is going above and beyond. And right now, based on the assessments of legal frameworks around the world, Irma is a higher standard than any country's rule of law, and is calling on mining companies to go above and beyond and to show to the world how they're doing that, to add value and to show improvement toward that high bar standard. I think there was another comment or question from the back.
Yeah. Hello, Christy. Yeah, my name is Anya from BCMC. I have a question for you. How Irma standards can be related to carbon credit market? Yeah, thank you.
I love this question because I'm thinking a lot about it as Irma's senior policy advisor. And right now, this brings me back to the survey that we did of mining companies and trying to understand where companies are using some type of credit system like that, or carbon capture, use and storage. There are so many different types of mechanisms. What we're looking for now are how can we set a common expectation for how those types of different tools can be reflected in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and reported in a more common way. But they could certainly be part of a company's policy and plan for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Other questions and comments?
Thank you. My name is Rusdi. I have a simple questions with regard the banks and also financial institutions' perspective on the Irma standard. What are their perspective on this standard? Thank you.
Well, it was only last year that we made the change to add a new sector to Irma, the investor and finance sector. And we did that in part because there are really strong demands from the investor and finance sector for use of the Irma standard for responsible mining. And that's driving a lot of participation of mine sites to participate in Irma. And that's really positive for us to see. So we wanted to more directly engage with that sector. So some of the trends that we've noticed with the investor and finance sector are demand for that mine site level reporting. So some standards for the mining sector will allow a mining company to select a representative sample of mine sites for self-reporting, and in some cases audits. But what we're hearing is that's not enough for many investors, that they want to see what's happening at this specific mine site. And the same from purchasing companies and end users. They want to know where is this material coming from and what's happening at that specific mine site. Recognizing the experience may vary so widely from one company's operations to another mine site a company may hold. So that has driven a lot more interest in Irma and more engagement from the investor and finance sector. But there are a couple of very recent articles that you can see on Irma's website. And if you engage in our newsletter, we share recent news, and a couple of those pieces have recently been produced by investors in the finance sector and different networks that they're engaged in, and why Irma is an important standard and a leading standard globally for assessing mine sites. Well, I have a question from Zoom. What if we find that the required Irma standards values are different, stricter, or looser than the regulations that have been developed or determined by the government? So I think I may have answered that already, that if there is any conflict, then a mining company, of course, has to follow the legal framework they're operating in. If there's an opportunity to follow the intent of a standard, to do so. But what we often find is that the Irma standard is requiring more than a domestic legal framework. And that gives a mining company to demonstrate how they're going above and beyond the domestic legal framework, and an opportunity to share that work and progress in Irma audit reports. So I have just a few more slides, and we'll turn back to some Q&A. But I'd like to talk a little bit about how in the wide world of standards for the mining sector, what is it that really makes Irma unique among many standards? We collaborate across standards because we're so committed to avoiding greenwashing. It matters to us that other standards are working to set a high bar, are working to really engage with communities to become more multi-stakeholder. But we find that we continue to be very unique among mining standards. So I'm often asked, what makes Irma different? And these are the 4 pillars of how I respond. And when I'm researching how Irma aligns and differs from other standards for the mining sector, these are the 4 areas I look at. And I encourage you, as you're thinking about different standards for the mining sector, to really look at these 4 areas as you're doing your research. But really, one of our greatest value additions is the multi-sector governance model that I shared earlier today. How that really brings a unique lens to our work and to the practical impact that we have at a mine site level, working across all of the 6 sectors engaged in Irma, creating greater value for all of those sectors. Many systems are entirely or predominantly overseen by industry. And what we're hearing from NGOs, from labor, from the investor and finance sector is an importance of having more of an equitable governance model. It's most common that civil society is asking, who developed this standard, who's behind it, how are other NGOs, directly affected communities, organized labor unions, how are they engaged with the standard? So we have a very clear framework for that adds value for how the standard operates. We do set a very high bar, and that gives stakeholders confidence that we're really adding value. Companies are doing really hard work to undertake assessments and report against all of the requirements in the Irma standard. And it creates a very high level of transparency of what's happening at the mine site level. We have a very inclusive process of assessment through the independent third-party audit process at the mine site level. So the way in which we engage thoughtfully with communities, with workers and others at the mine site level adds to the value of Irma. And finally, the level at which we're reporting, the level of information in an Irma audit report. So we're not just a pass-fail system, but you're able to see in an Irma audit report how a company scores on every requirement in the Irma standard for responsible mining. So it's over 400 data points that can be very valuable for a company to see how it's improving over time, and for other sectors to fully understand with a holistic view what's happening at a mine site level. We do a lot of work, and my primary role is working with governments, using Irma as a benchmark to review their rule of law. We've seen civil society groups, academic groups, law firms undertake assessments of legal frameworks against the Irma standard for responsible mining. I often did this in my work with governments before I took on a full-time role with Irma, and found Irma to be the most detailed and clear when it comes to concepts that otherwise might be hard for all sectors to understand, including companies. You know, what does free, prior, and informed consent really mean? There's a lot of detail in the chapter on FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, about how to go about that process in a way that incorporates the International Labor Organization 169 agreement, that incorporates the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and incorporates practical experience we've heard from mining companies and indigenous communities around the world who've been engaged in helping to define the Irma standard. And as you've heard already today, purchasers are increasingly asking for Irma. And this occurs through letters, through contracts, through memorandum of understanding, asking specifically for material to come from Irma certified, Irma verified mines. And this is an incredible opportunity to really demonstrate and add value, and is a primary reason that mining companies are engaging in the Irma system. Because as we've heard already today, Tesla is asking for that here in Indonesia, Ford is asking for that, GM, and it's increasingly important for purchasing companies. And this slide is only showing, you know, the automobile sector, but there are many other sectors engaged in Irma. We support government efforts in many ways. We are in no way intending to replace rule of law, but really complement legal frameworks to allow enforcement and going beyond the rule of law required by a national government to demonstrate best practice at a mine site level, and to add market support for government efforts to protect the environment and social values. Again, to be used as a benchmark to improve legal frameworks, and companies, NGOs, and governments, and others, academics as well, are using Irma in this way to improve their legal frameworks. Some examples of how this has been done already in reports that you can review. There's a report on BC mining law, British Columbia mining law reform, and 35 NGOs work together to undertake this assessment of British Columbia's rule of law, and use Irma as a benchmark to look at specific topics, including how can we better manage mine waste? How can we protect water resources? Another report from Canada was conducted by a law firm that compares Canadian mining laws with the Irma standard for responsible mining and makes recommendations. The Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development is a group of almost 80 governments around the world. The US recently joined the IGF, and in their guidance for governments on environmental and social impact assessment and management reference Irma often as a benchmark for environmental and social impact assessment, community engagement strategies, looking at models for grievance mechanisms as a few examples you can read more about in this report. We have a lot of interest from the European Union referencing Irma in legal frameworks. We also have increasing interest in the United States. Referencing Irma, you can see an example in this document on building resilient supply chains. There are multiple references from various departments of the US government, including the Department of Defense, Energy, Commerce, Health and Human Services, referencing Irma as a method for US mining companies and the US federal government to ensure that minerals are being sourced from mines with a robust environmental, social, and financial framework. The European Parliament has referenced Irma in its strategy for raw materials, as well as its batteries regulation. And we're in frequent conversations with EU policymakers working on a range of new requirements and really thinking about these questions of if we're referencing a standard, what should we look for? And I walk through the same set of metrics, like looking at, is there multi-stakeholder governance behind a framework? Is there independent auditing behind a framework? What is being reported to understand what types of standards should be referenced? And recently, Irma has been called for at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change Conference of the Parties. So over 170 NGOs came together with a declaration related to responsible sourcing for the energy transition, calling for use of standards like Irma and referencing Irma as a leading standard in the energy transition. The World Bank has also been the recipient of a request from NGOs to use Irma to advance responsible sourcing for the green energy transition. So there are many reports from NGOs calling on use of Irma. Here's another example from the World Wildlife Fund, the Sierra Club and their first mining policy based on Irma, based on mining has referenced Irma as a leading human rights and environmental standard because it sets a high bar. And we've seen this from Friends of the Earth, from an environmental bureau as well in the EU, calling for Irma certification. And this is an excerpt from the declaration I mentioned on mining and the energy transition for the 26th Conference of the Parties on the Paris Agreement. So later this afternoon, after our lunch break, I'll talk about how to engage in the Irma system. But before we break for lunch, any other questions or comments? No, I'm really keen to know what experience you've had to address environmental and social issues in the mining sector, whether you're here on behalf of a mining company, an investment company, a purchasing company, if you're here for an NGO. How do you see Irma applying to address issues important to you and the specific context of Indonesia?
Hi, my name is Sian Shu. I'm from the Harita Nickel Group. I have got a comment for Irma. Earlier, you said that your grievance procedure, that the certification body would be the one that is looking at the grievance. I think there's an element of conflict of interest because they are also part and parcel of the supply chain. They are the person who's auditing, and they could be also part of the complaint. Yeah, because say if I engage them, I could complain about the standard and the quality. So it's something that Irma have to think about seriously. Who should be sitting in that grievance process? Yeah, that's feedback for Irma. I got two questions. One is again back to the certification body. How are you going to monitor their progress and their quality? That their quality still consistently is the same. That's something that Irma have to think about. Or maybe you have got something already in place. Then the second question is that the oversight over Irma. Who is overseeing Irma? You know, in a way, you're a certification group, although it's multi-stakeholder, but who is oversight? Who has oversight over the group? Thanks.
Excellent questions and comments as well. So to start with Irma's grievance mechanism, I'll answer there are many different types of grievance mechanisms. So there may be a misunderstanding or not. So I'll just clarify first that the Irma standard itself outlines requirements of a company's local level grievance mechanism. What are aspects of that mechanism that must be followed? It's aligned with OECD guidance, the UN guidance, the framework on business and human rights. So that's one set of grievance mechanisms. And again, there likely are more than one grievance mechanisms at a mine site level. One may pertain to communities and community level grievances. Another may be for workers working at the mine site. So that's one set of grievance mechanisms. And then we have two others. So the one that is related to an Irma audit, there can be complaints about the audit process that go directly to a certification body. If there's an issue with the certification body itself, with a representative who's engaging with a community on behalf of a certification body, or any aspect of the certification body itself, that would be a complaint that would go to Irma's grievance mechanism. So that's an opportunity as well to submit a complaint and have it go through a process. So those are many different types of ways that we resolve complaints, accept feedback, and address in a timely manner complaints that may be happening. But there are those three different baskets of grievance mechanisms. How the certification system is overseen. So Irma's governance model that I've shared about through our board of directors and how they oversee development of Irma standards, our certification process, that's one set of governance. When we're looking at certifying auditors, we also have an additional layer of governance and protection to make sure that we're educating and preparing auditors in the best way to look at their work. And that's through a firm called ASI that's overseeing that, as, if you believe it, a third-party monitor of our third-party monitors. But that's how important our integrity and process are to the Irma Secretariat, that we're adding those layers of added protection. So I may have missed one additional comment. I think I've covered two of your three parts, but is there anything else that you'd like for me to clarify? The overseer for Irma is through our governing body and our board of directors. And when it comes to the audits and assurance processes through ASI. But we also see all of you as overseeing us to some extent. So you can submit comments through our website, through our complaints mechanism, and we're always willing to hear from you. Like, your guidance is important to us. If you see that's not enough and you would add additional layers of protection, I would love to hear more about that. And I think you have a lot of experience with this that we can learn from, and I hope to talk with you more about that. But those are our governance and processes that are in place right now. Others?
Thank you. Thank you, Christy. It's such a great presentation. My name is Romi Ramadhani. I'm from APNI, Indonesian Nickel Mining Association. And I'm personally a big fan of ESG. And I'd be grateful that now Irma has been introduced in Indonesia to set up, maybe to find the gap analysis that mentioned by Pak Seto previously. I also working at the technology company that develop the nickel class 1 processing facilities through the hydrometallurgical process. Actually, before we know Irma, we set up our internal standard, how we comply with the ESG, and eventually we created the roadmap, what we call Green Plus program in our internal process. Mainly the set up how we comply with the ESG, how we reduce our carbon emission, and how we manage our tailing, especially in the nickel industries. And the last thing that, as many experts saying that we almost forgot the word G on the ESG, is a governance. So what I'm curious is how the governance would be applied in Irma. I noted that you have the audit reports that would be published, but what we are envision in our internal program is to creating to install the cloud, such like a cloud manufacturing system. It's combination with the technology right now, and through the blockchain process that could be monitored by the respective stakeholders related to this industry. So I think, again, it is about the governance, and we are curious how Irma would be applied in the governance thing. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for helping develop new technologies, because we need new solutions at all times, and there's so much innovation in systems for tracking and tracing, and including use of blockchain. So I look forward to talking with you today about the tools that you're creating. When it comes to governance, almost every chapter of the 26 chapters in the IRMA standard require companies to put together a plan and metrics for implementing that plan, for engaging with communities to develop the plan, to monitor the plan, to improve it over time. And that is an important type of governance that occurs at a company and mine site level, is developing those policies and tools in a way that engages across sectors that are impacted by a community's performance, and that it inform how plans are developed and carried out and improved over time. So it's a major piece of the IRMA standard, and so important that it's repeated in almost every chapter in development of those types of plans and monitoring tools. Yes, and I will take questions all day until our moderator tells us it's time to break for lunch. But I'm here at your disposal. But at some point, I may be cut off by Tobagus, but I'll count on you for that. Yes.
All right, thank you, Christy. It's a good presentation that you have provided. My name is Erica Silva from Freeport Indonesia. I got two simple questions actually. The first one is, what is the typical time for Irma to do the assessment until the company got the certification? And then the second one is related to the first one, I think. Once the company got the certification, is there any validity for this certification? For instance, one company got the certification. Is there any what you call? The company need to be regularly updated this certification, annual or annual? Oh yeah, renewal of the certification. Those are the questions. Thank you.
Good question. So I'll first just clarify that we don't certify a company, but we are doing auditing and certification at the mine site level. So each mine site is seen as a unique entity in a company. And I will share a little bit here. Oops. I thought I might have a slide that shows, I think I've already covered it. Here we go. So this slide walks you through the stages of an Irma audit and the typical timelines of going through the process. So the self-assessment process, companies sometimes go through that very quickly. Sometimes they take their time doing that. Any company can use the self-assessment tool. But when we get into the third-party assessment process, we start to track timelines more closely. So the independent third-party audits, it can take around 3 to 4 months. And then a certification decision is taken. That can take another 3 months or so. And after that process is completed and it would be the initial audit of a company and of a mine site, and you can see examples of those audit reports on our website. Then we start looking at, from the point that that audit report is published, to about 1.5 years later, we'll do a surveillance audit. And that audit is answering your question about, what's changing at this mine site? Are there areas where they weren't performing well that they can now demonstrate improved performance? Likewise, are there areas where they were doing really well, but now they're not doing well anymore? But we'll look at key metrics and that surveillance audit, which is another opportunity to give all sectors information about what's happening at the mine sites. And then 3 years after the first certification, and every 3 years, there's a recertification audit. So that's the timeline. About every 1.5 years, there's some type of audit of the mine. It doesn't mean that mining companies can't give more frequent information. There's all kinds of requirements in the Irma standard for responsible mining about regular sharing of information with communities, for example. So those requirements require ongoing transparency. But as far as the Irma audit itself, that's the cycle of when audits, surveillance audits, and recertification audits will take place. Anyone else have experience to share, or questions or comments? Yes.
Hello, good evening. No, it's good afternoon. Hello, Christy. My name is Nia, and I'm from Ministry of Investment, that's responsible for licensing. And yeah, actually, I'm interested in this Irma certification or the Irma standard because our ministry actually has since 2022 BKPM or our ministry always pay attention to the principle of sustainability. And we have already 47 projects ready to offer to investor in the form of pre-feasibility study. And the study contains comprehensive information needed by investor in decision-making process to invest in Indonesia. So maybe in the near future, if we want to make a pre-FS in the mining sectors, we'd like to invite the Irma to give us guidance. And the question actually, yeah, that's my opening. And my question is actually, what is the difference between Irma certification and green label certification? I think the objection is the same. Thank you.
Did you say green label?
Yeah.
Is that are you saying green labels in general, or is there a label that's called green label?
The certification that's given to company who pay attention to the environment or the green environment, like that.
So one network that Irma is engaged in is called ISEAL. And ISEAL is a standard making body for standard making bodies. So this is another, believe it or not, this exists, but ISEAL is encouraging collaboration among different standard making bodies. They're also helping standards that engage in ISEAL to follow a set of best practices and how they're putting standards together and how they undertake certification. And we find those efforts to be very valuable because, as I've said again today, if any standard is greenwashing in any way, it doesn't reflect well on us. So we want to help raise the bar across standards for the mining sector. So you can see if you go to ISEAL's website, it's ISEAL, all types of different standards and certification that are engaged in ISEAL. And you can also see the best practice standards for what to look at in how a standard is developed and how it's implemented. So as Irma's policy advisor, this is one resource I go to make sure in our standards development and implementation, we're following good practice. But I am also looking at who else is engaged. We learn from other sectors, the forestry sector is working on a lot of issues and standard setting, the agricultural sector as well. So it's an opportunity for us to continue to learn good practice, even from, for example, how those other sectors might approach community engagement. But it's a good resource if you're looking at types of labeling and certification. But we are a type of certification that is a member of ISEAL. So I also look forward to talking with you more today, hopefully over lunch, and hearing about what you're doing, and we can chat more. But any other follow-up questions to that, or does that respond to your inquiry?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I will just share that I'm an introvert. So if you're an introvert like me and you have a question, meet me at lunch and I can answer in private. So there's opportunities all day to chat. And again, I hope this is the beginning of a long conversation, you'll be able to get in touch with me, and we can follow up long after today.
Thank you, Bu Christy, for the chance. My name is Agung from PT Cakrawala Lagi Sejahtera. I'm a field worker, so when I hear about audit, aduh, pusing a headache. I feel headache. Wah, banyak kerja, much work, especially for writing, right? Conduct audit, it means writing banyak, much writing. I just interest in self-assessment in website. I think better if you can share the information, especially for self-assessment. Maybe we can do in the field. For
Wonderful.
Me, for self-assessment, because personally, just simple for me work in the field. If I see the water flow from outside the output on the settling pond clear, finish, right? And then for other pollution, says oil, etc. No problem, finish. But I also think I want to upgrade lah, upgrade the company, so better get the better merek, meaning is brand lah ya, better brand. Maybe better you can inform us, especially for the self-assessment in today, so we can practice lah if I want. Thank you, Bu.
You're so welcome. And I appreciate the expertise you bring as well, doing this practical work in the field. It's not easy work. And we try to make use of Mind Measure, the self-assessment tool, as easy as possible, to not have to do a lot of writing, but to have the opportunity to upload documentation. It could be pictures of what you're seeing, but certainly reports that the company has produced, and allow anyone who's on a team, who's working in the field or in an office. But there's so much value to using the self-assessment, so that from mine managers to really what I call the boots on the ground at the mine site level are adding information, and that information is sometimes different. You know, what a mine manager may see may be different than what is really happening on the ground. So we use the Mind Measure tool to bring in information across a mine site's employees and management and teams, and that adds a lot of value for a mine site. We do hold trainings on how to use Mind Measure. There's a video on our website as well. And do I have time to talk a little bit more about it, or do we need to break for lunch?
No, we still have 15 minutes.
We have 10 minutes. So I'll share a 10-minute version of Mind Measure. But you can go to the Mind Measure tool on our website. You can just search for it, Irma Mind Measure. And the self-assessment tool, the website is here, tools.responsiblemining.net/self-assess. So this is the tool. The website walks you through it, but we can also set up a meeting with one of our team members to walk you through how to use Mind Measure. But any mine can use the tool. And those scores you can share with stakeholders or other parties, but you're not able to make any public claims about achievement under Irma based only on a self-assessment. You would have to go into an independent third-party audit to make any claim of achievement. But this tool can help to understand if a mine site is incorporating the good practice in the Irma standard for responsible mining. And you can even score yourself. Where do you find you're at in incorporating a certain requirement, and see how your self-assessment can improve as well. But this is just an example of what the Mind Measure tool looks like when you open it up and get into it. There's the requirement. You can access guidance notes on a requirement that help you see what to look for, what types of documentation an auditor might ask you to provide, and determine, do you think your mine site fully meets, partially meets, substantially meets that specific requirement, and go through and rate yourself. So this can be valuable to encourage departments across your mine site to really talk with one another, because there's so many different types of expertise that are required to complete the self-assessment tool. But this is an example of the scoring function when the mine is self-assessing. And again, there are videos, but there's this tool has become increasingly popular as well. You can see the level of interest in using the Mind Measure tool and how it's really growing, even just in the last 2 years. But that's the 10-minute version, and we can continue to discuss over lunch and this afternoon.
Is there any last questions before we go to lunch?
Okay, hello, Christy. I'm Vicky from Harita Nichols. A simple question before we are having lunch, by the way. Is it possible for us, if we are doing self-assessment before we are becoming a member of Irma? That's all.
Yes, anyone can use the self-assessment tool. So we don't want to put any barriers between you and using the tool, but it's a great way to educate yourself about, you know, what are all the requirements in Irma? How do we see ourselves measuring up? Absolutely, great question.
Is there any questions from the Zoom before we end?
I'll just share again, in case anyone came in late, that we will share the slides from this presentation with you. What benefit do we get from using Irma in a company not yet stable on finance? I'm not fully understanding the question, but I think if a company is using Irma, that based on my experience with the investor and finance sector, it is an extraordinary tool to attract investment and retain investment in your projects. So Sunny saying, I hope you'll be in touch if that doesn't fully respond to your inquiry. So please feel free. We'll be sharing my contact information to reach out if you have additional questions.
All right, Christy, thank you so much for the useful presentations. And up next, the next agenda is we will have lunch. It will be provided outside of this hall. And after this, we will do a networking, and we can discuss together with Christy, with all the speakers, and from the representative from all the ministries please do not hesitate to reach out during lunchtime. And we will be back at 1:30 for further panel discussion. Our speaker would be from Doni Simorangkir, Ms. Amber Dwi Cahyani, Delphine Beston, Joel Frickhoff, and Ms. Christy Disney. Thank you, everyone. Have a great lunch. Please round of applause.
Oh, yes.
Mm, check. Check. Joel. Hello, is there Joel from Orsted already in the Zoom room? Can you say hi, Joel? Is there Joel in this Zoom room right now? Mr. Joel Friedhoff. Hello, Mr. Joel. Mr. Joel, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Hello, I'm here.
Okay. Joel, can you rename your name as your name, Joel? Because right now I'm seeing your name as speaker only. Okay, perfect, Joel. I can see your name right now. So, Joel, we will start the session about the next 2 minutes, and you will be connected with the speakers, other speakers in this hotel, in this conference room, and the moderator will call you, and perhaps they can do some tests before the session begin. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will start in like several minutes. So if there's any guest, please feel free to come inside and get your seat. We will be starting shortly. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So in this panel, I would like to invite the speaker, Bapak Doni Simorangkir from the Directorate General of Mineral and Coal that will introduce us regarding the mining practice in Indonesia, Ms. Ambar Dwi Cahyani from AET. The third panelist is Daphne Bastian. The fourth is Joel Fridjof, the Lead Sustainability Advisor and Program Lead that will join us through Zoom. And last but not least, Ms. Christie, I would like to welcome all the speakers to the stage. All right, so the first panelist would be Pak Doni Simorangkir, and he will have some presentations to open this panel discussion. Pak Doni, please, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you, moderator Jennifer. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. Thank you for your time for this session. First, I want to introduce myself. My name is Doni Simorangkir. Maybe from my name, you already understand I come from West Java. Yeah. I'm a coordinator of Mineral and Coal Conservation from Directorate General of Mineral and Coal. We do really appreciate for this workshop. Thank you to Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment, to Eramet also, and to all of you to attend this important session. We also apologize for the absence of our Director General, Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin, and also our Director, Pak Sudinyo Suryo Herdadi, Director of Technique and Environmental. But I think my session about good mining practice in Indonesia should be a quick presentation because I know that in every table already a comprehensive book from Professor Irwandi about good mining practice in Indonesia. Let me start with the regulation. Based on Indonesian regulation in 1945, the article number 33, the important thing that production sector, including mining, shall be controlled by the state and also for the optimal welfare of the people.
We all know that mining industry is an important sector in Indonesia, contribute to national income, to labor, and also develop in local government and the regional area in Indonesia. But based on the regulation as a central government, there are so many tasks, so many important constitution, at least there are 23 from this regulation from the mining law number 3 year 2020. But I think I want to highlight about the guidance and supervision of reclamation, post-mining, the managing of mine inspector, and also managing mining supervisor officer, which will be related to the good mining practices in Indonesia. The next slide, I want also to highlight about good mining practice. Let me say that good mining practice is a campaign which already started in 2003 at the time from Director General of Mines at the time. But in 2003, at the time, the focus of good mining practice only for safety and environmental aspect. But since 2018, due to the regulation process in Indonesian mining regulation, we are already issued the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources Regulation number 26 of 2018, specific to the implementation of good mining practice and supervision of mineral and coal mining. And also in 2018, we also issued the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources Decree number 1827, year 2018, as a guideline for the implementation of good mining engineering and also the good mining practices rules specific and focused to 6 aspects. That's why the good mining practice is not only a concept, but a mandatory applied to the regulation, which already prepared to accordance with the needs and challenge of Industry 4.0 era. I think I will not explain the detail of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources Regulation number 26, but I think the most important thing about this good mining practice guideline in Minister Decree number 1827 2018, there are 7 attachments, but the focus about good mining practice guideline in Indonesia Minister Decree focus about technical or mining engineering management guideline and about the mining safety, including also safety management system. The attachment number 6, number 5 focus about environmental specific to mineral and coal mining environmental management. The attachment number 6 focus guideline for reclamation and post mining, and also the attachment number 7 focus about guideline for mineral and coal conservation, and the last attachment number 8 guideline for mining services business, including the evaluation of technical principles for mining services business. So from this Minister Decree number 1827 year 2018, on the other words, not only a mining license, the mining license holder, but also mining service company should implement the good mining practice in Indonesia with specific focus to 6 aspects: mining engineering and all technical aspect, mineral and coal conservation, mining occupational safety and health, mining safety operation, mining environmental, reclamation and post-mining, and also technology utilization, engineering capability, designs, development and application of mining technology. That's why we sometimes make a joke. Indonesian mining regulation is very complex, right? And also there are so many guidelines, but we are also optimistic that how to implement this good mining practice principle or campaign in Indonesia, there should be a cooperation and good networking, good understanding about the guideline, about the regulation between government and also the management for every mining company. Because based on Indonesian regulation, there is a mandatory for every mining license should appoint a mine technical manager in Indonesia known as Kepala Teknik Tambang, and also will be supervised by Indonesian mining of government officer known as a mining inspector or inspector tambang in bahasa. So distinguished guests and participants, how to implement the good mining practice implementation in Indonesia. From the government perspective and also from the mine inspector perspective, we have to inspect the administrative and also operational technical. Through administrative, through an obligation of periodic reporting from KTT or Chief of Mine Technical, such as mineral and coal conservation report, safety report, and etc. But also through operational and technical inspection in the field. We all know in this pandemic, we have to inspect all the mine sites, more than 4,000 mining license in Indonesia, a very complex situation, but we also exist and inspect not only through field inspection, but try to transform with virtual inspection. We have to provide a recommendation how to improve through order, prohibition, and instruction into the mining book. So this is the government responsibility, how to supervise, how to prepare all the mining industry in Indonesia should comply to the mining, good mining practice campaign in Indonesia. But not only inspection, evaluation, and supervision, we also assess the implementation program of good mining practice or GMP, and also give a reward. Since 2020, Director General of Mineral and Coal already prepared an annual award. We call it as GMP award. So from this information, we can show you that GMP is a regulation mandatory in Indonesian mining industry, not only as a guideline, but also as a criteria to give a reward, and also sometimes we have to give a punishment also. Yeah, and I think this is some documentation about how government through mine inspector have to inspect the all mining industry operation in Indonesia. And I think my short presentation, this will be give you a comprehensive information about Indonesia mining regulation from the perspective of Directorate of Technique and Environmental, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource. And as a concluding remarks, I want to highlight 3 points. First, GMP or good mining practice is mandatory in Indonesian mining regulation, which focus to 6 aspects: mining engineering, mineral and coal conservation, mining safety, environmental, and also mining services and standardization. The second thing I want to highlight about, there is a mandatory for every mining license in Indonesia to prepare a guideline to implement the GMP guideline, and also through a mine technical manager or KTT should responsible to implement the GMP, and government through mine inspector will supervise the implementation. Not only to supervise, to inspect, we are also will be assess the success criteria through an award. And the final thing, we are as a government, we are very optimistic that Indonesian mining company will be ready to implement the high standard like Irma standard, because we are already concerned with so many engineering and also environmental aspect in Indonesia GMP campaign. I think that's all that I can present to you, and hopefully everything will be clear, because the detail of the GMP in Indonesia we can read through a book and also through Indonesia mining regulation. Thank you for your time.
Please give round of applause for Mr. Doni. Up next, we will have Ms. Ambar Dwi Cahyani on the stage. She's a member of IT Indonesia Secretariat that will inform us on the implementation of Irma and EAT standard will benefit Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone, participants and guests. Yang terhormat Pak Tubagus, Assistant Deputy Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Thank you for having me here. I would like to convey first the best regard from Pak Agus Cahyono Adi, and apologize that he could not join us in this session. I think I don't have my presentation now. Sudah langsung? Okay. Masih okay. Yeah, I'd like to present about the Irma co-incorporation of EITI. Basically, the principles of EITI and Irma is quite similar, but we have the different level, the level of government and level of companies. Irma standard, basically this should be conveyed by Ms. Christie. Comprehensive coverage of mining issues. There are some issues of mining sectors about business integrity, social responsibility, planning for positive legacies, environmental responsibility, and each of the issues should be complied by mining companies to have a responsible practices of mining operations. And in details, I think in the morning session we have heard how Irma can be one of way to bring companies to have a responsible practices in the mining sector. I cannot operate this, Mbak. Kemana ini? Yeah, next slide, tolong.
Technical team, please help Ibu to operate the slides.
Oke, mungkin kembali lagi ke yang ke web PowerPoint yang sebelumnya ya. Ya, oke, next slide please. Next slide. Ya, betul. Oke. Ya, next slide. Next slide please. Okay. Okay, one of the important things in the Irma sector is that the Irma issues in of the responsible mining is about transparency and accountability, and EITI, Extractive Industries Transparency Initiatives, in line with that initiative. So next slide. EITI Indonesia, I think, sorry, I have two preparations here, so it's a bit confusing. I think
Okay, I will explain first about the EITI Indonesia. EITI Indonesia has been implemented in Indonesia. The EITI principle has been implemented in Indonesia since 2010. And when the first time EITI brought in Indonesia, the transparency, term of transparency still difficult to be understood by the companies. And now it's already being one of the principle to be should be complied by companies and also by other stakeholders. Okay, yeah, it's Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative is a global standard for the good governance of oil, gas, and mineral resources. It seeks to address the key governance issues in extractive sectors. So the mission is to promote understanding of natural resource management, strengthen public and corporate governance and accountability, and provide the data to inform policymaking and multi-stakeholder dialogue in the extractive sector. So Indonesia is one of members of EITI. We have been a compliant country since 2013. And then the reports is every year we produce a report, and until now we have 12 reports which covers fiscal year 2009 until 2020. So you can see the reports which consist of more than 100 companies, mining companies, and also around 100 oil and gas companies. And okay, next slide. Okay, yeah, the regulations for the EITI is under the Presidential Decree 26 of 2010, and then renewed by the Presidential Decree 82 of 2020. Having that change of the regulation, the institutions who are responsible of the EITI Indonesia process also changed from the coordinating ministries of economic affairs to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and with collaboration with of the Ministry of Finance. And it means that we have both covers from technical sides and also from revenue collections. Okay, I think we can see in the slide that we have multi-stakeholder groups under the Ministerial Decree of Energy and Mineral Resources. The multi-stakeholder groups it consists of 3 elements of multi-stakeholder. First, from the government from the level of central government and the local level, subnational level, and from the industries, mining companies, oil and gas companies, and also from the CSO. We have representatives from about 34 CSO involved in the process of discussion and having debate of the data that already being published in the website. So having about 10 years, so many discussions about how the mining and mineral sectors can bring benefit to the society. Comparing EITI and Irma, we have in this slide now, EITI and Irma have similar mission about promoting an understanding of natural resource management, strengthening public and corporate governance and accountability. And in EITI, the focus is to have those data about how the license, how the revenue collection impact, and then allocation of the revenue to the society, to the public, to the subnational level can be there in the public domain. While Irma have a mission to protect people and environment directly affected by mining And it means that creating financial value to mines independently verified to achieve best practices and share this value with the business and purchase materials from this mine. I think the morning session can have more insight about the vision of Irma. And basically it brings together how the mining sector can bring benefit better to the society. EITI have standard that always being renewed. I think every 3 years under the international standard. Now we have to comply with 2019 standards, which consists of at least 7 requirements, and each requirements have branches. First, about oversight of the multi-stakeholder group. So it means that all the parties should involve to oversee the process of giving the data in the public domain. Second is how the legal and institutional framework. Third is exploration and production. We have to bring those information from mining sectors in the public domain. How revenue collections, how much money paid by the companies to the government, and how much money government receive from the companies. Revenue allocation, how much money allocated directly to the public sector, to the subnational level. Social and economic spending, and we have to collect information from the companies how much money they already spend to the society, and how the impact of all the process value chain to the people. And next slide. Okay, so we heard this morning that Irma standard also involve the multi-stakeholder process, and it's similar to the EITI process. So next slide. Okay, so I think we have to change the, okay, next slide. Okay, yeah, next slide. Okay, this one. So how the EITI works and how it achieves impact. So as I mentioned before, from the natural resources, EITI required that information of awarding the license and awarding contract should be in the public domain. How the license allocated, how the license registered should be there, so people can see where and then which area, what minerals, and then the process, the financial transaction, and the process of legal transaction should be there. And the next is also about ownership, beneficial owners, who own that license, and then who company own that company who own that license. So it should be beneficial owners should include, and it's under the standard of EITI number 2.6. And next information that should be in the public domain also about production. Production, how many volumes produced, and that in one of area of license. So basically, not only based on the companies, but also in the area. In oil and gas, we know the PSC. So at the PSC is at project level. So production is by project level. Having information of production should come up with some other information about area and also society impacted by the production. And then revenue collection, we have also a collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. How much money goes to the government account and at the central level and subnational level.
Revenue allocation, we have revenue sharing fund from the government level to the subnational level and also directly to society. That's about revenue allocation, and also the data should be there. And the social and economic spending, that's about a description how the all the value chains there impacted people, first at the national level and then at the subnational level. We have four provincial governments involved as the members of multi-stakeholder groups, but the numbers will be growing. And the benefits as we see after the disclosure, it means that everyone can have those data, can have those information, can digest, and that will bring debate, public debate, to give people can say their aspiration about what going good or what's going wrong. And it means that we can identify the governance risk of extractive industries, stimulate public debate, and do reforms. And it means that we can bring a better public policy decision. And next, okay, it means that after all the process, we hope that having transparency and accountability in mining sector in accordance with the EITS standard, we can have better investment climate and enabling environment for better sustainable development. I think that's from my end, from the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Ambar Dwi Cahyani. Next, I will let Ms. Daphne Bastian as the Director of Environment and ESG Performance, that will inform us about Eramet roadmap to Irma.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me with you and for staying with us until now. As mentioned by our moderator, my name is Delphine Bastien, and I'm Eramet Group Director for Environment and Extra Financial Performance, which most of you know as ESG. I joined Eramet back in December, and I'm based in Paris, so it's also my first opportunity to visit Indonesia. So thank you also for that. And what I'm going to present here is actually not only the future roadmap of Eramet, but also how we came to make the decision to support Irma initiative here in Indonesia, but also worldwide in all of the assets of Eramet. My colleague Bruno introduced a little bit the company this morning. Maybe I'll add to that, mentioning that our current mining operation are very diverse. We are mining nickel here in Indonesia, Weda Bay, but also in New Caledonia, where it's one of the historical hearts of the company. We have 5 mines there, plus a processing plant. We also mine manganese in Gabon and mineral sands in Senegal. And we're developing activities also now in the lithium mining area in Argentina, and have also development plans in Cameroon. So it's pretty much worldwide and very different type of assets, but they all share the same reality, which is that the world is changing, and more we are asked by our value chain to demonstrate that we are not only creating value through making minerals and metals and raw materials, but also through implementing state-of-the-art ESG performance. This led the company back in May 2021 to actually include in its official status Eramet's purpose, which is to become a reference for the responsible transformation of the Earth's mineral resources for living well together. which means everywhere we operate, we have to bear in mind that this is the ultimate purpose of the company. And basically, this is driving our decision nowadays in the company. Eramet is already part of several CSR initiatives. We are a member of the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. We also are a partner member of Responsible Mineral Initiative. At each of our operation, we aim to support the Sustainable Development Goals as defined by the United Nations, and have joined the UN Global Compact in 2019. Most recently, we also took some extra steps in setting a science-based targets regarding CO2 emission of the company, scope 1 and 2, but also scope 3, aiming to promote or scope 3 to also take engagement in that direction. And we are also now committed towards biodiversity with a program that's been recognized by Act for Nature International in November 2021. I thought it was interesting to see that a lot of your mining regulation has been updated and written in 2018, because that's also a baseline that we share at Eramet. A current CSR or ESG roadmap is covering indeed the period 2018 to 2023. And it covers a broad range of ESG with 3 main areas of commitments: one towards people, one towards sustainable business and responsible business, and one towards Earth and the planet. I'm not going to go to the detail of this here, but there's plenty of information in our annual reporting and website if you want to dig into how we're doing that in practice. Where we are today is that in a number of those commitments, we are in a very good shape to actually achieve what we set as a goal 5 years ago. And we're already thinking what comes next. And that thinking is taking place in particular this year, but started already last year. And we looked at Irma as one potential way to go one step forward and really make a difference. Because when you look at how the extra financial world is looking at us, we already rate fairly high in a number of rating agencies, whether it's supply chain based like EcoVadis, or more investor based like VGO or MSCI, or even CDP Climate Change. But how do we make the difference between being, for example, 3rd out of 44 at VGO, or ranking among the leading companies for CDP or EcoVadis, at becoming really a leader? And we think Irma is going to help us in that direction. So we have made this year a commitment to, first of all, join Irma, and we've submitted our application to officially to Irma back in March. This means we are also planning to adjust all of our internal process and procedure to be able to transfer basically that commitment into acts. And we have a plan on how to step by step get each of our operating mines towards certification. And this is basically our plan. You see Senegal and also Weda Bay nickel are going to be among the first one to get certified. Argentina in lithium is currently testing Irma Ready, which is a standard for projects that are not yet producing, but it's a way to assess whether the way you're building your mine is also going to make it easy for you later on to apply Irma. And step by step, we're going to go through all of our assets by the end of 2026, we hope. So what were the key reasons that made us choose Irma as opposed to other referential that exist for mining? I think one of the key original idea that we thought was interesting in Irma was its multi-stakeholder governance, which means that the way the standard has been built has been already discussed and agreed with a vast number and broad number of opinion, which include NGOs, which include, of course, mining companies, but also labor, the downstream basically purchasers, investors, and so on. And Irma also has a global coverage. It is applicable and easily applicable in all of the countries where we operate. Of course, independent third-party audits were a key requirement for us. And also making sure that all of the stakeholders would have their participation in the process. This gives credibility and visibility to what we're doing. Means it's not only our own claims, it's actually based on third-party audits and stakeholders' agreements about what we're doing. One of the characteristics of Irma is its level of transparency, which is also something really important to us. We're part of the EITI already, but couldn't see basically in the other standard existing that same level of transparency in terms of performance. And but ultimately, one of the key reasons why we made a final decision was the fact that our value chain was pretty much asking for the standards. Indeed, nickel, lithium are key metals used in the electrical vehicle battery value chain. And definitely that business is now considering Irma as the standard for sustainable mining. From a more operational perspective, it's interesting to see that Irma actually encompasses the whole CSR environment, including safety, ethics, environment, community relation, human rights, and so on. And it's also the only standard that officially explicitly excludes, for example, deep sea tailing placements from the activities that can be accepted. And it's also an area where Eramet has been basically promoting the fact to flag that activity as non-sustainable for years now. It's also interesting that it's a standard that does not certify a company, but a site. And that makes it also much more tangible and real to work with in practice. And to have a definite real change happening on site. We like the fact that it's very intransigent on some core requirements. There are about 40, but at the same time, more flexible in allowing members to not be perfect everywhere at once. And it's a continuous process, and year after year, you can continue aiming for perfection. And finally, it's also encompasses all potential mining activities or mining-related activities from exploration and project mining, but also processing with the new referentials that are being developed. So it's flexible enough that it can actually apply to all of our activities. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but when you look about Irma scope, it's very broad. And indeed, starting working with it, we realize that even though 2/3 of the requirements relates to environment and social aspects, Irma has a much broader scope than that. It covers also elements of legal assurance, finance, or, for example, or HR. But all of those requirements, the full circle, is very much compatible with all of the other referential we already work with. ISO 14001 or 50001, for example, or 45001, EITI, global tailings review, and so on. And that was really important to not be reinventing things that already existed in the company, but building on what already existed and expanding it. It's also, sorry, I'm going back to this slide. Something we realize it's real teamwork, because I don't think that anyone in our company that is an expert in all of those areas. And so whatever way you intend to implement Irma, you will have to have your different departments to work together with some form of coordination. And in our case, we decided to have a small corporate team that is kind of facilitating the process for the whole company, with at each of our mine a pilot person that is coordinating with different departments. And we find from testing the standards already at 4 of our operations that this is the way it works the best for us. Means there is a method that is common to everyone, and our central corporate team and the local pilots can guide the different departments in deploying that method. But ultimately, each of the function is responsible for its own performance. And I mentioned it already before also, it's very important for us to have a lasting performance put in place. So we're also making the effort to integrate basically Irma requirement into our own internal system, whether it's management system or production system, which is a little bit of an effort, but we think it's the only way to make sure it's not going to be the extra layer on top of the cake, but really part of how we do things going forward, and will allow us to aim for the highest level of certification. That's pretty much what I had in mind might interest you. And you have also my contact detail on the last slide of that presentation. I'll welcome any other question or additional information you might have later on with the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. And the 4th one would be Mr. Joel Frigoff, the lead sustainability advisor and the program lead at Austed, that will tell us about their experience with Irma, and he is joining with us through Zoom.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, but we cannot see your video yet. Hold on a second. Please, the technical team.
I am logged in 2 different accounts, so I'm now linked to my phone, which comes up as Joel Ørsted number 2, because my my computer did not really handle the internet that well.
Okay, got it. We're still trying to put you on the screen. All right, we can see you clearly right now.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So, hello everyone. My name is Joel Vrijhoff. I work for Ørsted, which is a Danish energy company. I was very good to hear all the good stories about mining operations in Indonesia. Unfortunately, I couldn't join in person because I am in at least the vicinity of Jakarta in Pulau Seribu, that most of you would know. But my planning got a bit mixed up. So that's why, unfortunately, I cannot be there. But please rest assured that I'm fairly close. Apologies for any background noise. There's a beach club beneath my floor, unfortunately. So if you hear background noise, that's the reason why. I sent some slides that I would like to share with the group. Could they be brought to the foreground, if possible? If not, let me just continue for the sake of time. So I work for, as I mentioned, a Danish energy company called Ørsted. We are the global leader in offshore wind energy. We have projects in the UK, Denmark, the US, but also the APAC region, amongst others, Taiwan, and also looking towards other countries such as Korea to develop our operations. The reason why I'm speaking to you today is not because I'm that involved or directly linked to any of the mining operations in Indonesia. But the reason why I am interested in responsible mining, the reason why we are also a member of Irma, is that we are one of the yes, that's the slide. If you can go on to the I think if you can skip 2 slides, please. Yes, if you can skip this one. Yes. So the reason why I'm joining is because the metals that we are at the end of this the supply chain. So a lot of the metals that fuel the renewable energy technology are being mined in countries across the globe. Amongst others, very important for our portfolio as well as nickel coming from Indonesia for our battery energy storage batteries. And this is also very important for other renewable energy companies, such as those in the EV sector, as I'm sure you are much more aware than I am of the move that Tesla is making in Indonesia with related to nickel. The slide that you see here is that Ørsted has the ambition to become the global sustainability leader in the renewable energy industry, and these are our key priorities. And the ones that I want to focus on right now is human rights in the global supply chain, which you see on the left. Next to that, we have a lot of other great initiatives on sustainability. We are one of the leaders on the carbon reduction in not only in our own operation, but also our supply chain, but also when it comes to biodiversity. But I won't go into that. If you can go into the next slide, please. Yes. So why are metal supply chains relevant for Ørsted? As I already mentioned, renewable energy technologies are dependent on a specific set of metals. That shouldn't come as a surprise. Mining, the fossil fuel-based industry is also very dependent on metals for building these big power plants, for example. But the difference here is that renewable energy technologies require more metals compared to other technologies. On the right-hand side, you see an example of how much metals it takes to build a gas-fired power plant compared to an offshore wind farm. So it takes approximately 13 times more metal to build an offshore wind farm compared to a gas-fired power plant. If you then take into account as well the amount of energy companies that are building renewable energy technologies, that are building offshore wind farms, building solar panels, for example, or the automotive industry, which is looking more and more into electric vehicles, you can only imagine the amount of metals it will take the world in order to meet the Paris climate goals going forward. So that means the renewable energy technologies will be very dependent on mining these metals in order to fuel the renewable energy technology. And obviously, as you know, mining of these metals is done with social and environmental impact, both good, but also adverse impact. The reason why we started working with this topic in Ørsted in early 2020 is that because investors were starting to question us on, for example, where does the copper that you use in your cables, where does that come from? And how do you make sure that social and environmental impact is taken into account? And not only investors are talking to us, but also NGOs, media, and politicians. And there's a large group of NGO reports out there which already describe this topic and are raising this towards us. We are at the very end of the supply chain. And it's very difficult for us because at the moment we don't know where these materials are coming from. But people are looking towards us, very important stakeholders are looking towards us to address this topic. So what we want to do as Ørsted is we want to help to shape the solution around this topic. And we believe that the build out of renewable energy should not come at the expense of human rights, neither in our own operations where we have different programs and policies in place, but neither in our supply chains. If you go on to the next slide, please, because that's the beef of this, that's the beef of my story, actually. What I do within Ørsted, within our global sustainability department, I am heading our efforts on what we call the Metals and Minerals Program. So we developed a program around our responsibility very deep in the supply chains around these metals and minerals. So what we have done is we have first prioritized metals. Apologies, my screen shifted for a second. Okay, what we've done first, we highlighted the metals which are relevant for us. I won't go into any detail there, as that's not very relevant for this discussion. But we've also done supply chain mapping of our supply chain. It's very, as I already mentioned, it's very hard for us to find out where the nickel that we use in our supply chain, where does it exactly come from which countries, from which mining companies. And therefore making it very difficult for us to map risks in our supply chain. So what are the social environmental risks? For example, the nickel that ends up in our supply chain that's coming from Indonesia. How do we make sure that the indigenous communities are being treated the way they should be? How are we making sure that the environment is being protected the way it should be and the way it is in line with our code of conduct for business partners? The way we work with these challenges in the risk mapping and these challenges of mapping our supply chains to the mine of origin is that we engage with supplier dialogue. That means I engage with around 15 to 20 of our direct suppliers, and those are big suppliers, including some storage suppliers, including the company that is looking into your country as well, but as well as turbine suppliers and steel suppliers. So we are engaging with them, asking them to put pressure on their suppliers to start mapping the supply chain. We are also collaborating with industry initiatives, and the big one for us is Irma, which is obviously the topic for today. It was December last year where we as a company joined Irma. We were the first energy company globally to join Irma, and the reason for us is doing that is because for us it was very clear that Irma has a great benefits compared to other industry standards when it comes to responsible mining. Two of the key benefits were, firstly, is the highest standard out there when it comes to responsible mining practices. It's a very thorough standard that addresses all the topics that end users such as ourselves, such as the automotive industry, would like to address in our supply chain. The second important topic for us is the true multi-stakeholder aspect of Irma that comes into play. So Irma is fully multi-stakeholder in the sense that there's community representatives in the board of directors, same as the mining companies are there. So we are, as a company, quite far from the discussions around mining operations. What does responsible mining means? But obviously, mining companies and indigenous communities know these discussions much better, and it's with great joy that we've joined Irma, not only in board discussions, but also to discuss in what Irma calls the buyers group, where we sit with other Irma members, such as Tesla, such as the Microsofts, to learn from each other on what we can learn from other end users. What does responsible mining practices mean? And ultimately, once we as Ørsted have that transparency in the supply chain, once we have that clarity on which are the mining companies that are operating or that are providing us with the copper, with the lithium, with the nickel, we will be looking into putting requirements on our first-tier suppliers on setting standards on how these materials should be mined. And because we are a member of Irma, we will definitely be looking into setting a requirement for the metals that we procure, that it's coming from responsible mining practices as set by Irma, as set by the Irma standard. Obviously, as Irma does, that will be a collaboration. it will be a cooperation with you. We need to learn what responsible mining practices means, but we also want to collaborate with the mining companies that are providing metals in our supply chain, just to support you on whichever way we see possible, either individually or through Irma, the way that we would see fit. I will leave it at that for now. This presentation is a bit less detailed than some of the other presentations you have seen, for example, on the EITI and responsible mining presentation that you've just seen. But I think the reason why I wanted to be here today is to show you that the end users, such as Ørsted, such as the EV sector, such as the whole renewable energy sector, they will be coming more and more with requirements further down the supply chain. And for Ørsted, as well as some of the other key leading companies in this field, such as Tesla, Irma is one of the key standards that we will be using in order to showcase that our metals that end up in our supply chain are being mined responsibly. I'll leave it at that, and thank you for your attention. If there's any questions, I will be on until around 3 o'clock. So please let me know if there's any questions, but obviously you can also contact me afterwards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Joel. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Ms. Christy Disney Bruckner from Irma Senior Policy Advisor once again to the stage and to the podium. And we will continue for discussions after this last presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll ask the team to pull up my main slide deck and move to the last section that's focused on engagement with Irma. So your lunch is probably setting in, and I hope that you're still with us. I really enjoyed our conversation this morning. All of your really good questions and comments, so thank you for that. So the other slide deck is the deck that I'll use and move to the section on engagement in Irma. And I'll just take a very short period of time because I want us to go back into a rich discussion that we started this morning, and welcome you to ask Joel while he's with us and other panelists questions. But while they're finding the slides, I'll just share that you've seen already the benefits of having a multi-stakeholder process. All of the presentations on this panel add so much depth to what Irma can offer and how we develop a stronger standard together as a coalition. And we learn how to add value for each other through these types of exchanges and rich engagement. So I'll go ahead and start sharing, and eventually the slides will come, but there are opportunities for all sectors to engage in Irma. To join Irma as a member, it's absolutely free for NGOs, for directly affected communities and labor unions to become a member of Irma. So no cost for those sectors to join Irma. And we, compared to other standards, are very affordable for mining companies, purchasing companies, and the investor and finance sector to join. As Joel mentioned, one of the requests that we make of our investor and finance sector and purchasing companies is to make an ask of Irma. And that's exactly what Ørsted and other members of our buyers group are doing, asking mines to engage in the Irma system. And that's driving change around the world. That's really rewarding to see. You've heard examples from Irma, how they're doing incredible work to pilot our Irma Ready standard, to give us feedback, to inform that standard that's focused at the very early stages of the mine, on early engagement, setting up for responsible environmental and social practices. And that adds value, practical experience and input on developing that standard, just as one example of how a mining company can contribute not only through entering the process of membership, but through giving us feedback that's so practical on the standard and how it can be improved. So those are ways that different sectors can engage. And for all sectors, we work together and come together annually as Irma members. We're having this year quarterly membership meetings to share experience. Sometimes a member can request that we meet on a specific topic. So those are some also value additions to Irma. But for mining companies, what we often hear are the following key benefits of Irma membership. And one is having access to a broader market. Purchasing companies are making that ask, and the investor and finance sector are making the ask that mining companies show and demonstrate how they're adhering to responsible environmental and social practices and going beyond just what's required in a domestic legal framework. For governments as well, this is great, thank you. Governments are using Irma as a tool to conduct a gap analysis to improve legal frameworks, and NGOs and other sectors use Irma in that way as well. So I'll advance the slides from here and just have a few more comments to make. For mining companies, the value of Irma also includes the ability to network with other mining companies. And you have a handout that's available at the front table if you want to take with you that outlines these values. But companies also benefit from networking with other sectors, the investor and finance sector, for example, learning from NGOs in our sector, from organized labor. So it's a wonderful, robust opportunity to build a global network, to learn from other partners who are engaged in the mining sector. Also access to experts in the Irma Secretariat and consultants who work with us, including in the process of the independent verification process, and gaining recognition for responsible practices is a wonderful value addition for mines in the Irma system. The opportunity to demonstrate improvement over time on a range of issues. So Irma has 26 chapters and over 400 requirements. So mine sites that engage in Irma independent third-party audits are able to show the work they're doing across a very broad set of requirements. And additionally showing, purchasers, investors, employees, civil society, local communities, and other stakeholders that you are engaging in this high level standard recognized around the world as being the most robust, credible, independent assurance system for mines. So at a more practical level, ways that companies can engage in IRMA include using Mine Measure, the self-assessment tool, which is free for the first use, the first mine site that you bring into the Mine Measure. Then moving into independent assessment through our independent third-party audit process that allows mine sites to make claims around IRMA performance. Another tool that we have is to profile your company, and this is true of also NGOs and other sectors who want to engage in IRMA through the IRMA engagement map. And if you go to our website or search IRMA engagement map, it's a wonderful tool where you can look, by geographic jurisdiction, by sector, by type of mineral to see who's engaged in IRMA and do research on that map to help build your network. So we do hope that you become a member, whether you're a mining company, an NGO, an investor, a labor union representative here, a consultant that wants to build your network. And you can download the application on the IRMA website, and hope that you'll reach out to us if you have any questions about IRMA membership or ask questions today about how to become a member. We talked already about the Mine Measure tools, so I won't go into more detail there. But there's so many ways to get involved based on what sector you're engaged in. For governments and civil society, IRMA is a tool to use to evaluate and improve legal frameworks. NGOs, labor unions, and affected communities can use not only the IRMA standard, but also use the audit reports to learn about mine site performance and advocate for improved performance at the mine site level and to engage with mine sites. Purchasers and investors are promoting use of IRMA audited material and call on mines to engage in the IRMA system. So I hope everyone here will become an IRMA member, will get on the IRMA engagement map. We invite you to provide your input, your experience on the IRMA standard itself to see how you think it can be improved. Subscribe to our newsletter to stay updated on what's happening at IRMA. You can also follow us on Twitter, on LinkedIn to learn more about us, and visit our website at responsiblemining.net. So I'll stop there for now and look forward to more good questions and comments from you.
Thank you, Christy. So after this, we will open for a discussion. Maybe I would take 3 questions at the beginning. Please state your name and your institution and where the questions are you gonna, which panelists are you gonna ask? Please raise your hand. Yes. Could you please help to distribute the mic?
Thank you. I have a question for Joel from Ørsted. So far as I know that Ørsted is one of the example of the successful company who is able to transform from non-renewable industry to a greener entity. And I know it's quite challenging to get there. So if you don't mind, could you please tell us the so-called the nitty-gritty of your effort in changing your company from non-renewable industries into greener industries? I think that's quite important question, and we are keen to learn to hear from your experience on this. And then secondly, what was the impact of your transitions outcome from non-renewable industry to greener industries on the Irma score? And I believe during the assessment or audit carried out by the Irma assessors, they will see what are the strategy to changing the company in order to go to a more sustainable company. Yeah, thank you very much.
Please, Joel, the stage is yours.
Yes, sorry, I was waiting if you were collecting questions. Related to I think the last question, we as an end user do not undergo a Irma assessment. Irma assessments are aimed towards mining companies, so I cannot comment on the question how has Irma impacted our score, because we as an end user, as a non-mining company, do not get a Irma score. When it comes to your first question, I mean, first of all, it's very good to hear that our transitional story reached Indonesia as well, and that so very thanks for the comment. To go through the full story of our transformation is a bit too far, but I think very briefly, it was around 2008, 2010 when the company realized that investments in fossil fuel-based industry, we were one of the most most fossil intensive companies in Europe. But we foresaw that this was not a sustainable business model. So around that time, I think around 80% of our revenue was coming from our coal and gas business. And it took us approximately 10 years to turn that around, with now approximately 95% of our revenue coming from offshore wind. And obviously, throughout that period, what was most instrumental was the backing from our CEO at the time. That was quite instrumental, and it took quite a bit of courage from our senior management to go that route. What we saw, and that was pre-Ukraine Russia situation, obviously, we did see that the investment costs for fossil fuel based energy production capacity, such as coal and gas, is already and still is more expensive if you compare it to installing offshore wind and onshore wind. That only means that right now it's already cheaper right now to build renewable energy than it is to build fossil fuel based industries, and that is only gonna become more important in the future. Ørsted was one of the first companies to build an offshore wind farm, which was not dependent on any subsidies from government. So you already see the renewable energy moving away from those models where there's a lot of subsidy being requirement, and that will only increase going forward. So as rounding up very briefly, I think we can look back as a very positive transition from 80% being invested in coal and gas to now 95% coming from renewable, coming from offshore wind, and we will be looking to close our last coal-fired power plant next year, and that will only become more important for other companies to start doing this as well. And we hope to be able to share the vision that we have of a world that runs on green electricity beyond the scopes and beyond the boundaries of our own company. I hope that answers your question, and thank you for asking it.
All right, thank you, Joel. Is there any other questions? Okay, the Bapak in the middle.
Thanks. The question is for Delphine. It's just an overall question related to the ESG and sustainability things which is going on. So as I understand that there are standards, which is probably GRI and few other, the framework, sorry. Their GRI is, I think, is coming up with a similar type of mining related or mining industry related framework, if I'm not wrong, in 2023. So there are frameworks and there are also standards, the PCFD and SASB and so on and so forth. And there are then the rating agencies, MCI and the Moody's and lot more. Now, the recent incidents where Tesla was rated with 3 different agencies in 3 different ways, and definitely that pisses Elon off, and Elon Musk then tweeted that ESG is a scam. Now, coming back to this conflict thing that that might happen in future in terms of the certification and anything else, because ultimately an yardstick will be used for this kind of certification methods, and there can be a conflict in the future. So do you think there should be a governing or an umbrella body somewhere internationally set up right from the beginning, so to supervise this thing, and if there is any conflict, it can step in and try to solve it. So if that makes sense. Yeah.
I think it did. I guess what you're mentioning is potential incoherence between some of the standards that are being developed worldwide currently. And I think one of the key reasons why we went for Irma is actually that they did that research work and they do that engagement with other standards and regulation bodies to make sure basically what is included in Irma is already kind of overarching a lot of those regional or even international standards that relate to specific parts of sustainability. And that was basically one of the key reasons why we picked Irma, because it was more overarching than, for example, TSM or other initiatives like the Australian initiative, for example. Is that answering your question?
Sort of like this is answering why you are going to the Irma path, but that's okay. But what I'm saying is that in future, the other companies will be using Irma, or maybe there will be other certification agencies. And if these two collide at some point in terms of some standards or some benchmarking, then whom should they refer to? Whom should they go to?
Well, so far we are basically going for voluntary initiatives. I mean, not governmental driven initiatives. But I think a good stakeholder engagement and having multiple organizations participating in building a standard is already an element of answer, that you will be confronted with opinions and questions about what is the best way to approach sustainability, and the result of that consultation makes the standard also more robust. I've not come across so far a major elements of conflict in the way the mining industry is approaching sustainability. To be honest, the recipe is pretty clear. It's more how you adapt it country by country that might differ because the local context, the local people, the culture will differ. But altogether, I think internationally, people kind of agree on how to do mining in a sustainable way. At least that's my opinion.
Oh, thanks. Just a follow-up question, if I may, or for Christian. In the resource industries, we have reporting codes like JORC and I-43 101. They are independent codes, but they are applicable in certain parts of the mining industry. They are reporting codes. Now, they do have lot of sectors, because mining is a combination of a lot of sectors. Like there are explorations, there are mining methods, processing, and so on and so forth. So there are inevitably the sections of ESG is coming up, and the JORC, the OSIMN, is working on that. So do you, from Irma, communicate with this kind of agencies to, sort of like, say for instance, a mining company is doing a JORC and they're fulfilling all the requirement of ESG, but definitely that will not satisfy Irma. But if they're coming the other way around, they have done an Irma certification of say Irma 100 or Irma 50, will that somehow satisfy the JORC requirement? So there should be a communication between these agencies. Do you have this kind of communications? If not now, maybe in future?
I'll respond to that, and I have a comment on your prior question as well. To note that I spend an incredible amount of my time working with other standards, including serving on the working group to develop GRI's new mining sector standard, serving on the OECD's environmental working group that is forming a new environmental due diligence guidance document for mineral supply chains. And the reason for that is that, as I shared this morning, Irma is really dedicated to having high-level standards across the mining sector, because where other standards become weak, it can reflect poorly on us. And we don't want to see conflicting standards. We'd like to see alignment. And we invest our time in that and bringing in shared experience of all the sectors that are engaged in Irma. So that's one response to your first question. And what we see is not conflicting standards, but a wide range of coverage of details. So typically Irma will be aligned, but going into a higher level of detail of what's required, and giving more clarity across sectors of what expectations are and what international good practice is. So regarding looking at other reporting codes, that has informed our reporting requirements, and usually we are going beyond what's required of reporting, far beyond what's required. I think I could do a better job as senior policy advisor, engaging more with those other reporting frameworks. So I hope you'll catch me before the end of today to specify what you think your priorities would be for engagement, and I'm happy to start conversations with those agencies if we don't have those in place already. It hasn't been a major focus for us, but we do seek to be aligned and even to go far beyond in reporting requirements. But thank you for the good question.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Maybe also from online, if you want to ask any questions, please just feel free to chat in the chat box.
Sorry, this is I have one small comment from Joel. I would be happy to take any other question, but unfortunately I have to drop off the call. But if there's anything that pops up afterwards, and just please contact me. Please let me know either through the email or through LinkedIn. Happy to continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Maybe
thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aslan. My question is both to Christy and Delphine. First of all, just to set up the question. So I understand that third-party assessments and certification audit results will be publicly disclosed. So as a mining company actually goes into adopting Irma, obviously there'll be improvement areas, a lot of improvement areas. Those will be publicly disclosed, and having the negative information out in the public, that would probably be something quite difficult for shareholders to swallow, seeing that the company negative information is out there. So I guess there's two parts to this question. So first to Christy, is there an option to not publicly disclose the detailed results as a company is engaging Irma until they're up to a point where maybe it's 75 or 100 or even 50, which actually shows that they've passed a certain point along the journey? So that's the first part of the question. The second part of the question to Delphine is, how did you convince the shareholders and the executive to also accept that public disclosure means that you're showing the good results and also the results that requiring improvement? Because I think that's going to be one of the hurdles when we have that discussion on Irma. Thank you.
Really good question. I'll start and turn to you to add comments. So when a company starts the Irma audit process, their first stage is the self-assessment process. And this gives the company an idea already to see for themselves that we aren't doing much of anything we can show to demonstrate performance on whatever particular requirement they see they're not doing well in. So that's one opportunity to already start to improve performance and be able to demonstrate performance on a specific requirement. So there's that opportunity to improve. When a mine site engages in independent third-party auditing, they are given an opportunity to review an initial draft assessment and comment on factual errors. So we, in our very first Irma audits, we have allowed a time for a mining company not more than a year to improve performance because we were undertaking our first Irma audits. That time period is shortening now, but the other opportunity for mine sites is after an Irma audit report has been published, from that point, it's only a year to year and a half until there's a surveillance audit. And that surveillance audit is already, it seems like a long time from where we're sitting now, a year and a half, but it comes up so quickly that it's an additional opportunity to show we've improved on all of these metrics already and show, over the years how you're continuing to improve over time. So you'll see in the first audit reports, one of them is Irma Transparency, one of them is Irma 75, and those mines are going through their surveillance audits now, and will have public reports of how they've improved. And it's an incredible opportunity just to see from an independent perspective where we at, and then to have the reward of having improved. That's our hope, that mines will continue to improve. And there's an impetus for that when you're publicly reporting to show value. And there's also the external pressure to satisfy demands from purchasing companies, from investors, to show that high level of transparency, because the reward is you're getting a contract, you're getting investment, you're showing to all the sectors that are watching you on a local level and beyond where you're at and how you're improving and your commitment to improve across that broad range of metrics.
I'll add onto that. Maybe in the case of Elmet, you have to also realize that we work in a context where we are already disclosing quite a lot of information through our integrated annual reporting, which is a mandatory report for all European listed company. And following the GRI type of standards, it also includes being transparent about areas where you are not perfect, and acknowledging where you're not perfect and explaining what you're doing about it. And I strongly personally believe that proactive communication might seem more complicated than, you know, trying to hide things, but actually in the end, it makes it much easier for a company to progress. And it's always better in terms of avoiding controversies and so on, to actually tackle issue rather than avoid them. Secondly, no, we didn't have troubles convincing our shareholders. To be honest, they are the ones challenging us to go further and improve even more regarding sustainability. And I think it was a relatively easy decision made by our shareholders to validate the fact that we would go towards Irma. So no, that wasn't at all a big debate internally.
Up for next questions for this man on the left. If you could press the button.
Hello, Ian Wolf again. Thank you. You've been telling us quite a lot about the moral responsibility that the buyers are imposing upon the producers. How about the other way around? Is it possible for the producers to put a moral responsibility on the buyers? So we won't sell you any nickel unless you demonstrate that you're recycling at least 50% of our nickel, for example.
Excellent question. And I do think the relationship can go both ways. One of the areas that we're researching now, in fact, is about circular economy and how we can promote more use and incorporation of recycled and scrap material into mineral supply chains. We see this topic coming up more and more often in contracts and MOUs between purchasing companies and governments, also between purchasing companies and mine sites directly. And, you know, the agreements are negotiated. So what are the demands from a mining company? I think that's a really, really interesting question, an important one. So I think, you know, there are so many opportunities right now for change, and one and added value when thinking about how can we make metals that are more durable, that are easier to be recycled, for example, and innovation at the mineral processing phase to bring in more of that recycled and scrap material. But, you know, I wonder if mining companies here have any experience that you can share of requests that you've made of purchasing companies in your negotiation, to the extent that you could share a story of some asks that you've made.
If I may, I might step in. Please. Also. I agree with you. It's more complicated with while having that conversation with our clients and our suppliers. In our case, if I take only the topic of CO2, for example, a large share of our scope 3 is obviously not in our supply chain, I mean, our purchasing relationship, but on the client side. And what we see is it's not about putting pressure, it's about building a relationship, exchanging information, suggesting new ways to actually be able to manage more sustainably or with less carbon emission their own supply chain. And the whole value chain is trying to improve. So usually it might not give you an edge in terms of getting a premium, for example, with your clients, but it will open more opportunity of business, and it will also stimulate your clients in asking the same question to your competition. So it's not about putting pressure, it's about working together. That's my experience of it, at least.
That is a very good answer, Daphne. Maybe I would also ask, is there any panelists that want to ask questions to each other, maybe for exchange of information? No? No questions?
Okay, thank you, moderator, Jennifer. I think I have a quick question for Miss Christine. How long it will take for, let's say, to comply with Irma standard for a company which start with a self-assessment until the certification or accepted for the standard? How long it will take, based on the experience in other countries, maybe?
Sure, I think it can depend on how long it takes for a company to go through the self-assessment process. Some companies do that very quickly. I think Irma is very efficient and quick. So as one example, but some companies really want to take time in that phase to self-assess to a higher score themselves before they enter into the independent audit process. Once we get into the independent audit process, that can take 3 or 4 months for the audit process, and then another few months to complete value scores and preparing the audit reports, giving the company a chance to review that process. So we try to move that process forward as quickly as we can. But some companies choose to stay in the self-assessment process for a period of time to work on improvement and then start to go to the independent third-party audit process.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Christine.
Yes.
Thank you. I have maybe this general questions. Do you have like a economic calculation? How the process of complying responsible mining can bring impact to the economic development in some countries? Maybe in for us, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, developed and developing countries can be different. And do you have a study for that? Thank you.
That is a very good question. Maybe we can start with some of the metrics that can identify if the country is good, like what's the economics and the metrics that you use to identify if the country is actually growing, or like which indicators can you see to identify if the country is going in the green economy sector?
Well, the examples that I can give that relate to this are around, well, first, we do include and reflect the EITI requirements for companies that are operating in a country that is implementing EITI to participate actively in that process. Where a country is not participating in EITI, to support the process vocally, that they support transparency, revenue transparency, to make information available about how the company is investing on local levels, payments they've made to governments, for example, to add that level of transparency. One area where I see so much opportunity is through local procurement practices and also through community benefit sharing. So there's a whole chapter, for example, on community benefit sharing. I've spent a large portion of my career focused on what are good practices for companies, for governments, what should communities be asking for when it comes to benefit sharing. And what the Irma standard says about community benefit sharing is, first, like this seems so logical, but sometimes it's overlooked, is to make sure that local communities are engaged in determining what the benefits will be. Some companies will have a CSR program that isn't reflecting what it is that local communities really want. And that's not a good investment for the company. The impact may not be as great. So we start with some real basics, engage with the community to determine what benefits should be shared. And where a company has an agreement with a community, a requirement to fulfill that commitment. And that's important when there is a pandemic, for example, when there's a downturn in the economy, to follow through with communities to keep that engagement going. And it's reflected in all of the requirements on community engagement as well. Irma doesn't practice, looking at impacts on a country's gross national products, but we do have embedded in the Irma standard for a mine site ways to add and optimize value on a local level to optimize transparency of revenue and information sharing that can contribute and optimize sustainable development outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from online or from the guests in here? Okay, we have a question from Zoom. Have you applied Irma in Indonesia? What is the success story you have? Could we apply Irma for ASGM in Indonesia? This question is from Rima, and I think the question is for you.
Okay, we have not yet officially self-assessed our operation in Indonesia, but we have tested a large portion of the standards on our operation in Weda Bay already, and already started also to work on improvements, action plan, and so on. I think I mentioned during the presentation that the shareholders of our mine here in Indonesia have made a decision in June to validate the process. So it means before the end of 2023, there will be a self-assessment of our Weda Bay mine, and then within the years that follow, also the external audit will take place. So not at this stage fully, but partially, yes.
We're so excited about the work that Irma is doing. And we have had mines in Indonesia use Mine Measure, the self-assessment tool, and look forward to many success stories in Indonesia. I'll comment briefly on Irma and the artisanal and small scale mining sector. Generally, this isn't specific to gold mining, but the ASM sector is important in many countries around the world, including in Indonesia. Our approach to ASM in the Irma standard for responsible mining is looking at the relationship between large-scale industrial mines and the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, looking at how industrial scale mines engage with small-scale miners, especially looking at those issues if there's any shared mineral processing, if any of the artisanal product is brought into that mine in their supply chain. And we have partnerships with the Alliance for Responsible Mining, also with PACT, who is a member of Irma, and really look for opportunities for partnership and addressing the wide range of challenges and opportunities in the ASM sector.
Okay, maybe I would like to ask questions, and it is a follow-up from the question raised by Ms. Chahyani. Like in the future, what will Irma and IAT standard support Indonesia goal to be more greener and to be more sustainable?
Only for gold mine?
Mining in general, or maybe if there's any use case regarding the gold mining, it would be a great study.
Basically, ITI cover all oil and gas and mineral sectors, and the standard is already there in the international standard. So we have to comply, and we will go to the satisfied level, hopefully, in 2023. So we also promotes the transparency and accountability should be first in the government, within government process, and it means that the government who will be a regulator should ask the companies to comply. So it means that all the companies will be included in the process to be more transparent and accountable. And we cover first as a materialism aspect, about 95% of revenue, non-tax revenue from the mining sector should be published in the extractive data portal. So it means about more than 250 companies in Indonesia, and it includes all of mineral commodities, type of commodities. So through that standards, we will have a better governance.
Thank you, please, Ms. Christie.
I was so delighted to hear, and if you missed it this morning, the remarks by Deputy Minister Seto sharing that in Indonesia, there is an assessment underway to look at the Irma standard for responsible mining compared to Indonesia's legal framework for the mining sector to see where are there gaps? How could the legal framework be improved? And even doing that process as part of improving a better management of the mining sector in Indonesia. So I am really happy to see that process underway, to see what discussion will result from the outcomes of that process and how that will be used to make improvements to the legal framework here. And I love the idea, and this is one we're seeing more from all sectors we're engaged with, including government, of really envisioning yourself and acting as a first mover is a term that's common in the European Union. Like, why can't we be the greenest source of nickel in the world? Why not make that an objective and set a path to achieving that and achieving that reputation in the global marketplace? So that type of framing, it can be really important. But really there needs to be concrete steps behind how you're backing up statements like that. And one way to do that is moving toward implementation of good practice standards like Irma.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Christie. Is there any comment from Padoni?
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. And I think I just want give some comment, maybe closing remarks. Again, if we talk in Indonesian mining industry about good mining practice or GMP, GMP is a campaign from government and also a requirement regarding the law or regulation in Indonesia. So GMP is a mandatory. But again, if we talk about Irma standard, I think similar like AT also, those standards are voluntary to mining industry. But again, if we can suggest you, all the participants here and also all the mining company in Indonesia, at least for the high level regulation, I think we have a new challenge in this situation. We have to raise our standard and performance. We have to face the global issues in Indonesia. Even though Indonesia have a huge of nickel deposit like nickel, coal, but we also face so many negative issues. And if we can suggest, we encourage for high performance mining company also with a global reputation. I think Irma could be one standard yet should try to develop and promote in Indonesia. I think that's all. Thank you.
All right. I would like to ask if there's any audience online or in the hall that wants to ask some questions, please raise your hand. No questions? All right. So please help me to applause this panelist in here. And I also would ask, I would like to ask Patu Bagus to close the event today.
Selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, all the speakers and distinguished participants. Finally, we are come to the end of this event. So this event for introduction Irma to us, particularly for mining companies in Indonesia. So we are very pleased that still a lot of participants sit in this hall. Normally after lunch, a lot of people go out from this hall to get another activities. But I think because of this, the interesting of these topics, so a lot of people still stay here until the end of the event. Thank you, and deliver big applause for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this event, we hope that we can learn, we understand, and we can elaborate much more for Irma standard, as we already discussed today, Tricia. So, we as a government want to endorse and encourage mining companies to promote and to implement ESG in the mining operation. So, we already discussed and knew the whole benefit of the Irma standard if the mining company can utilize this standard. So also we as a government in Indonesia strongly encourages to the implementation of the sustainability standard by the mining companies. In addition to compliance with laws and regulations, the implementation of sustainability standard can become a key to a sustainable investment and also increase the competitiveness level in the global market. So as Pak Deputy mentioned this morning, our team, please, Rifda, show the slide that we are conducting the gap analysis, what Christy already mentioned to you, that we are doing this now. We compare the Irma standard with our current regulation in some of the mining regulation. We are analyze for every step, every items of the Irma standard compared with the current regulation in Indonesia. We compare it and see which is different of whether the Irma standard already have the same regulation with Indonesia regulation. We are doing on this, so I think later on, Irma, Christy will assist us for this purpose, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I close this event, we want to deliver deep appreciation to everyone, to the participants, all of you, and also to the speakers, all the speakers, Doni, Delvin, Mbak Ambar, Joel, and for special speakers from United States of America, where you flew from Denver, Colorado to Jakarta, 24 hours flight here. And thank you for coming here and join. And please give a big applause for those speakers. So I think Chrissy will receive tons of email after this event. So but not least, I want to express my gratitude for Eramet, Bruno, where's Bruno? And also Pak Andianto Petromindo for collaborating with us for organizing this event. And thanks for Bruno and Pak Andianto. And last is also, we want to thanks to Jennifer as the Master of Ceremony and moderator of this dialogue. Thank you. So finally, thanks for everyone already come here, and we hope you can enjoy your day. Thanks for coming once again. Big applause for all of us. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I think we will have a group picture now. So please arrange for that.
Maybe we can, Pak Bagus will stay on the stage or like below here so that the photographer can go up to the stage. So we will be under the stage for a little bit so that we can take pictures with everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, please help us to stand up so that we can take a big group pictures. You can stand up from your place. I think it will get through. Maybe move a little bit to the middle so that it will be shown closer to the camera. All right, 1, 2, 3. Another one. Give a big smile. All right, on my count, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you everyone for coming today. Please have a great evening ahead. Thank you.